Bá money.
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣọ́ mi tí mi ò ṣọ́. Bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́ dẹ̀
nọ́mbà lè wà bí.
Bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́ ló dẹ̀ ń lead the squad yẹn. Kò ṣe kankan. Èmi mọ àdírẹ́sì wọn. Mo kí gbogbo lé o. Mo kí Sisi Yusuf.
Mama Yusuf ó dà pọ́n òun náà wà.
Something happened that èèyàn kan ṣaláìsí fún wọn ní òjijì.
Oh, what that she left me something.
So what is going to happen ni pé she'll be coming, but substantial part of the day job I'll be doing it. So I want to welcome everybody. Bá ní kẹjẹ ká tún tẹsẹ̀ dúró díẹ̀ pé 15 ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ káwọn àgbààgbà kán wà lórí ìjókòó ká má gbẹ̀yìn wọn wá ṣe bàbá Bánkọ́lé àwọn number 1 dìde.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni àti rí bàbá Adébóyè.
Grandfather then àwọn alàgbà Oyèfúlẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká expect wọn. So once at least we are able to gather more people we will get started. So okay, I want to start with bàbá Bánkọ́lé ẹ káàsán ẹ ká kí ni time lọ́dọ̀ yín sìn àárẹ̀ yẹn kan
ọ̀sán ni aago méjì
ọ̀sán lọ́dọ̀ yín wrong time lọ́ fi time tí
actually aago méjì ni lọ́dọ̀ tiwọn.
wrong time lọ́ fi
aago kan lóru lọ́dọ̀ mi bí o.
Canada lẹ wà sá.
Mountain time làwa ń lò orí òkè láwà.
Oh, okay.
Àwa la ń gbàdúrà fún yín tí mo ti ń gúnrégé.
Kò mi ọ̀rọ̀ náà yé mi mọ́ bí wàá ṣe sọ ṣe àpé ìlú ọba ibi ìgangan ìlú ọba àṣọgbó àwọn counterfeit gbogbo àwọn òyìnbó ń pè é lè dàbí kẹwàá UK anyway mo kì í alàgbà Solomon.
Mo ti wọlé ẹ jẹ́ má bínú jàre for a few minutes of lateness àmọ́ Ọ̀túnba ní pé àwọn ni original Englander a dẹ̀ ní pé àwọn ni 51st state of United States. Ẹ má jókòó.
Kò burú àápàdà.
Ọ̀túnba.
Yes sir.
Ṣé baálẹ̀ ṣé ọba ìlú ló ń fọyàn létí bí ẹni pé ó ní Trump?
Ṣe mọ̀ pé ìrìn àjò ẹ̀dá èèyàn tí ò bá rìn kò sún tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe sí ẹ̀wọ̀n wà nù nǹkan tó máa ṣe ń lé ayé ẹ̀ náà nìyí.
Kó bá fọyàn létí. Ọ̀túnba kílé tí wọ́n á sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kàn ń wúkọ́ ṣé kò sí nǹkan kan ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì lẹ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kò yé mi o àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú dẹ̀ ṣòro bá jà báyìí.
Wọ́n ṣòro aṣòro jàtijàti báyìí àṣé bá jà o.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ sà.
Yes sir.
Gẹ́gẹ́ ṣe sọ Madam Shola Yusuf she's suddenly bereaved and we are expecting her to join us. Meanwhile I'll be supporting her. So alàgbà Olúṣọ́nùbí mo kí yín o Ṣẹ́gun iPad okay surname ní iPad Pro àbí Ṣẹ́gun ní first name. Okay sir. Prince Tóyìn ẹ̀kalẹ̀ ẹ̀kúrọ̀lẹ̀ Dr. Ṣeyẹmí regular mo kì í sà alàgbà Tọ́lá àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n sáà ẹ̀gbọ́n ni àbí mo kì í o bí ọdún bá kàrí mo kì í then Madam Ṣọlá ẹ tí kẹ̀yìn sí ẹ ṣàrọ̀ra jẹra wà mí tẹ wá yín. iPhone ti ibo lélẹ̀ ti Amẹ́ríkà bíi ti UK mo kì í sà àbí mà ṣé à ń gbọ́dọ̀ mi iPhone okay. Well, okay. Alàgbà Sam lọ́yà ẹ̀yin nìyẹn ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sókè sà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà ẹ ṣé gan sà ẹ kú ètò.
As a lawyer àti wàá lọ kọ́ọ̀tẹ́ kan forúkọ yín sáyà tẹ̀ ṣe nǹkan kan máa wò pé so bóyá kẹ́ máa confide sí lọ́yà tàbí lọ́yà Sam.
Wọ́n má ti lọ kó wọn mọ́ rógà o.
Exactly so all right.
Mi ò sábà lo fóònù yìí fún Zoom so.
Okay all right ẹ má worry I manage better tẹ́wọ́n ní bá a kọ́ yín ìbá nice gan.
Okay I will see how.
Ṣe right ó kú bàbá làǹdóde ẹ jẹ́ ká fún níbi 5 more minutes àbí yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
text wọn ṣé wọ́n wà okay.
Alàgbà bí ẹ̀jẹ̀ bá a ṣe yẹn sà ṣe bá máa.
kí n tó ṣe yẹn ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá mi acknowledge ẹ̀gbọ́n mi High Chief Tọ́lá Adéníyì wọ́n wà
bí. wọ́n wà bí ni.
mo ti rí pé
okay àwọn nìyẹn.
mo rí as far as I know ẹyẹ méjì ò ń sábà já ṣá but then having said that àwọn tó máa ń fẹ́ ṣe counterfeit wọ́n lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ẹ̀gbọ́n Tọ́lá mo kí yín o.
ó yẹ bá wa pín ètò náà.
ẹ dákun o àṣà ọ̀pẹ kò bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ló jìn.
mo ṣàlàyé fún ẹ má wọrí ẹ̀yẹ ṣáà ti gba ti rest.
àṣà ọ̀pẹ kò bẹ́ẹ̀ o ọ̀nà ló jìn o ẹ forí jì mí o mo ti rí gbogbo ṣé kìí ṣe pé mo dá ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́nìkan lẹ́nu.
no ẹ má wọrí ẹ kọ̀ntì senior sister mi kò gbóyìnbó dáadáa ní kàn kọ̀ntìlì o ẹ kọ̀ntìlì o.
ẹ ṣeun. So mi ò rí yín bàbá Hùsẹ́ẹ̀nì kí lẹ fi wọlé.
wọ́n máa wà ń bí ẹ̀yin làwọn ò rí.
mo rí wọn ṣùgbọ́n n ò rí orúkọ wọn.
wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀
Ọ̀túnba hù.
ẹ̀yin là rí rárá àròjù yín àrí orúkọ yín àrí
ẹnìkan. mo mọ èyí tí mo tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ nù mo mọ ẹnìkan ló fún mi lódùn.
kẹ má ṣojú làbí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. So good afternoon everybody. Because of the nature of the program that we're going to do today, we have decided that we are going to speak English. But if anybody come in and say the only thing I have in my hand is Yoruba, please use it. It's a very, very good language. We can use it. We will accommodate Yoruba. We will accommodate Spanish only because Otumba Hussaini told me that he was in Puerto Rico recently and he can speak Spanish.
Ìdí tó dẹ̀ kọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wọ́n máa fi ń gbọ́mọgbọ́mọ náà fi ń bàbá ti dé o.
Bàbá ti dé o, ẹ káàbọ̀ sá o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí sà.
Benny, yes, thank you so much. Like I said, we'll be speaking English, so a lot of people will be able to benefit from this. And if at any point...
How about those of us who cannot speak English?
I know,
Ẹ má worry, a ṣe crash course fún yín.
Actually, this is like music to the ears of the attorneys. But I told them that they will be speaking both. But
okay, that's good.
In the event they can't speak the Yoruba of a word that they want to pronounce in English, they should just go ahead because we have great men of wisdom here who can speak English and Yoruba like that. So they are home.
Especially those who speak Bogon English.
No, Bogon Yoruba.
Gbege is proud of his Yoruba.
I know, eh?
But thank God for all this. Thank God. We are grateful to Almighty God. My name is Shola Yusuf. And on behalf of Yoruba Gbode team, I'd like to welcome everybody to this program. We announce because this is a very important program and we've been telling everybody, please share, please share. This is supposed to benefit our people. And by the grace of God, is going to benefit us. Now, I want to introduce my the backbone of Yoruba Gbode, and these are the Amoye. We have three wise men and a woman. The woman may not be here today, but we have the three wise men. The first person that I'm going to introduce is our Baba. That is Baba Amoye. Baba Adeniran Adeboye. Baba Adeniran Adeboye has been our Baba, not only on Yoruba Gbode, everywhere. He has always been able to baba us all the time. Baba Adeboye was the chairman for Egbe Ishokan Yoruba for a long time. He will be going around all over the world trying to establish Yoruba, trying to let people know that Yoruba, we are people, we are who we say we are. Sometimes I will ask him, Baba, where do you get all this energy? And Baba told me, oh, you don't know my age. I am only 27, but by the time I knew all these things, kata kata don't scatter. Baba, welcome to Yoruba Gbede.
Thank you, Olotu. I'm always very proud to join Yoruba Gbede meetings, and no matter what I say about Ibadan, you know, I salute your energy, your wisdom, and your commitment to join forces with the rest of us, all of us, to bring redemption to our beloved people.
Thank you, Baba. You are welcome again. Ajinde Aroma Jeyin Pepe Lowu Sharo. I also have another member of the Yoruba Gbede wise men, and in person of Dokita Olopolo. Dokita Olopolo is Dr. Olubiyi Oyefule. Dr. Oyefule, we call him Dr. Olopolo because all the Opolo all over the world that happen to be broken for one reason or the other, it fixed them.
He's the psychiatrist.
And today, especially, after we talk about, after the lawyers speak and give us our direction, Dr. Oyefule is going to do another important part of the program, which is the traumatic effect that all these things that the new president is doing, the traumatic effect that is having on our people. So he's going to talk to us about that and how we can handle it. I am very happy to introduce Dokita Olopolo, Dr. Olubiyi Oyefule. Even though he's the doctor in the Western world, Dr. Oyefule knows all the leaves and the herbs. And Abo Oyefule, you are welcome.
Ẹ mà ṣeun gan Olótù.
I was gonna say about wa sọ yẹn Yorùbá Mama Yusuf torí yẹn dùn dáadáa lẹ́nu.
All.
Ọpẹ́ tó ti dé gbọ̀ngàn kò gbọ́ Yorùbá tó yẹn.
Àbájọ Ìbàdàn wọ́n ti get stock Ìbàdàn wọn fún one thorough way lọ sí gbọ̀ngàn.
No, you will get stuck. Are we going to see a brain and we will let that brain leave Ibadan? No. Go now. Ibadan go. That's why you got stuck.
I see. Okay, ẹ ṣé gan Olótù. Mo kí gbogbo ilé o. Welcome on board, and èmi náà were a few minutes late, so kú ilé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti dé ṣáájú mi.
Yeah, that's why you didn't know that we said we are going to be speaking English because of the nature of the program.
Mo gbọ́ yẹn.
Okay.
Mo gbọ́ yẹn. So ẹ ṣé gan everybody o. Olótù, back to you.
Okay, thank you. We also have our other Amoye Baba Logbomoso. Baba Logbomoso, where are you? I don't know how he does it. He come here.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm trying to look for where.
Baba is here. It's Bankole now.
Oh, T.O.B. Our Bankole.
But there's also a
We have
Solomon
two Bankoles on the screen now.
There's another Solomon Bankole.
Bankole di méjì lọ́rọ̀ yín lénìí.
But the Bankole that we have here now is the Bankole Sapana. It didn't add anything to it. So Ijebu people will say Shankwana.
Shankwana.
Baba Bankole, I don't know how he makes it every week. He use Egbe from Canada and make sure that he gets here every Sunday. Baba Bankole has been Olori Egbe Omo Yoruba in Canada for many years, and for whatever happens, he will use his Egbe to make sure that he is on Yoruba Good. We are blessed to have you, Baba. Please signify to the people that it's you, nobody else.
Eshe Olotu, thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here today. I'd like to hear about all these destructions that your uncle is causing in your area there. So
My uncle Dora.
Àwọn Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ọwọ́ òsì náà máa fi ń juwọ́.
We are very blessed. Another person that I'm going to introduce on Yoruba Gbode, she is somebody that I will say many times, because apart from the fact that she is braining, she's also our Yeye Lofin. The great, important, honorable, excellent Yeye Lofin of Yoruba Gbode, that she doesn't have a peer. You know, she has no peer. I'm very happy. And she has no peer. You know why? Because she's Ìyàwó Ìbàdàn.
Yay!
I'm very happy to introduce to us the Yeye Lofin of Yoruba Gbode, lawyer Tinu Akinshola. Anytime she is there for Yoruba Gbode, you are welcome again. Please let people know that it is you. Mama.
Good afternoon, ma.
ìyàwó
Ẹ jẹ́ n
bàdá
kọ́kọ́
kí
kí
yín o.
wa ní Yorùbá náà torí òyìnbó yẹn lè má jáde. Ẹ káàsán o. Ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ìyá mi. Uncles, aunties, ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ kú jókòó. We are
Èkó
so
ló ní
glad
sọ̀rọ̀
to be
Èkó ló ní
here.
sọ̀rọ̀ eléyìí ò ń ṣe Ìbàdàn o. Èkó ló ní
Èkó ni ẹ
No,
jẹ́ fi Èkó
awẹ́
yìí sọ.
special ni.
Mo fẹ́ sọ ti gbọ̀ngàn yẹn bọ̀ kò jáde. So ẹ jẹ́ n sọ Yorùbá Èkó mi jẹ́jẹ́.
So thank you.
Welcome everyone to this special presentations. We know this is the immigration aspect of Yoruba Gbode. So, like Mama Yusuf said, we will be speaking both in English and Yoruba. So, feel free to speak your lingo. Yoruba
And even if you want to speak Ijebu, go ahead.
Ṣé a lè sọ Egede?
Anyone, Ọlọ́run gbọ́ gbogbo èdè.
Àwórì.
It is well.
If anybody has inspiration to speak Ijebu, we have a Dr. Olopolo here. Is Ijebu is comparable to, who can I compare is Ijebu to? Bóyá bàbá, kí lorúkọ bàbá wa àgbàlagbà yẹn tó máa ń wá láti Ìjẹ̀bú tó máa ń sọ òyìnbó, ẹ̀kọ́ kan wọ́n máa ń fi Ìjẹ̀bú sọ òyìnbó gan. So
Prince Kalejaye lẹ ń sọ yẹn.
Wọ́n wà ń bí o, Prince Kalejaye wà ń bẹ̀ o.
Well, so it means if Baba Oyefule doesn't give us good translation, Prince Kalejaye máa já wọn. That's good.
Absolutely.
You're all welcome.
So I am going to give Mama Tinu Akinshola the opportunity to introduce the team member, so that we know. And after that, what I'm going to do, if it is okay, go ahead, Mrs. Akinshola. Then I'm going to say their profile.
Yes, ma'am. Mama Yusuf, before I proceed, actually, I realized that you did not introduce Otumba, your right-hand man. So...
Otumba Oseni.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Otumba Oseni is an icon when we are talking about broadcasting, especially the the season broadcasting, the type of broadcasting that we are doing these days. Otumba has his own forum too that he does Monday through Friday, enlightening our people. And he has been one of the main, like one of my brothers will say, of Yoruba Agbode. I'm very happy to introduce Otumba Oseni to everybody here.
ẹ ṣe orí mi wú.
Fún jàmọ́ tó bá wú now.
Gary.
Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ilé o. Thank you very much. You are welcome to this special edition of Yoruba Agbode. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. We will have opportunity to interact, talk about everything and anything relating to immigration. So, Baba Akalo.
Thank you. Now,
Okay.
I also have Prince Tony here. Is our engineer from Nigeria. Prince Tony, you are welcome. I see that you block your video. It's okay. But thank you for coming. Thank you for being our engineer all the time. We are very grateful. Now I am going to go ahead and introduce our members, the Amofin, the people that we rely on. So after I introduce them, I'm going to hand everything over to Yeye Lofin. So the first person that I'm going to introduce here, I'm looking for the picture. Okay. Amòfin pàtàkì. Amòfin. Okay.
Which one of them? Solomon Bankole or Biodun Bakare?
Baba Biodun Bakare.
Mr. Bakare, please put on your video, sir.
Please let us see you. Aha.
Thank you.
Adé la fi mọba, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ la fi mọ àwọn ìjòyè. When you see him, you know he is amòfin tí ọpọlọ wọn pé, tí wọ́n dájú dánu, akọ níwájú adájọ́. Mr. Biodun Bakare was called to the Nigerian bar in 1991 and practiced law in Nigeria for over 15 years before moving to the United States in 2007. Anybody who is able to work in Nigeria as a lawyer for 15 years, kudo. Mr. Bakare was licensed by the state of Maryland to practice law in June 2014. Before that, in July 2011, he had been licensed by the state of New York to practice law. New York, Maryland, I congratulate everybody here that we are able to bring him here. New York and Maryland, Yoruba people will say Tabasha Kotun, Tabasha Kosi, Ishakusha Loku. Please don't ask me to translate that into English because I won't.
How about
Varieties of rubbish.
He is the president of law office of Biodun Bakare LLC, through which he has been serving the Anne Arundel County and surrounding counties in the area of family law, personal injuries, and immigration. He is open to offering legal advice, legal counsel, and representation in this area of the law. His office, I'm going to paste his office onto, his phone number. I'm going to let you have it, and his website. There's no point in me saying it with my mouth because it's better if I write it and then you are able to look at it in case, because I know a lot of people will need him. Biodun Bakare is currently the president of Nigerian American Lawyers Association, NALA. He has served twice as treasurer of the association and once as vice president before his election as president for the 2024 to 2026 board. On behalf of Yoruba Agbode team, Alàgbà Amòfin Attorney Biodun Bakare, I'm very happy to welcome you here and I'm grateful that you are able to make it.
Thank you so much. More appreciate it, you're detailing my little bio. And thank you very much, everybody. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. 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 Please, 1 second. Those of us who were born during the age of a dinosaur, when we are getting something from the internet or wherever,
at least you can get it.
You are doing very well. Allow our president to must turn his switch laptop. So,
Mama Akinshola, I am looking for, okay.
No, Mama Yusuf, they all know me. Just do Solomon Bankolis and let's get the ship rolling.
Okay, the problem I have, I'm looking for
okay, I have it in front of me. I can tell you.
Okay, please.
Okay,
can you
so
do it?
Without further ado, I also want to welcome our dear friend, my own mentor. I always say that, and he will say, "Oh no, you are my mentor." But suffice it to say, and it's the truth that he and I, we have mostly the same background, but everywhere he goes, he takes me along. So, and I kind of do the same with him. He's here in Maryland. His name is Solomon Bankole. He is qualified as a solicitor and advocate of the court in 1990. He has a law firm, but before that, of course, our path crossed when I was also at Georgetown Law School in 1995. Between 95 and 97, he and I, we were the same. He was having his LLM program also, and I did mine. And we also actually, as an associate, I was like an intern to all of them, but he was one of the associates in the law offices of Lloyd Uku and Associates in DC back then. And he also was a legal assistant at Howry and Simon, where I was too. Like I said, he takes me everywhere he goes. And at one time, he served for years as a regulatory analyst with the NASD. We call them National Association of Security Dealers. Back then, before it is FINRA, he took me with him also. I was there with him, and then he left us. And that was when I passed the bar. And he has been deeply, very much involved in so many various issues, legal issues, but the most crust of it, which actually give him prominence, is the immigration part. So, and he has a law office himself, at Laurel, Maryland. If you look on his bio, I don't want to belabor us, but suffice it to say is that Solomon Bankole has also master degree in information technology, and he's certified information privacy professional, CIPP/US. He's a privacy analyst, and this is one man who I know is a Nigerian that makes me proud, because every now and then Fox News actually calls on him to, when it comes to immigration issues, for interviews and stuff, especially where Africans and immigrants are concerned. So I have pleasure in introducing my friend, my mentor, and my colleague. By the way, I've been trying to bring him to Nala, but he's always supporting us from the back. But Solomon Bankole, you are very welcome, sir.
Mrs. Akinshola, I couldn't I thank you very much for that introduction. I do recognize the presence of Barrister Bakar as well. Welcome on board.
want to add that you are my mentor too.
Oh.
Yeah. You put me through when I came in here. You know that. Thank you.
And Mr. Bakari, Mama Yusuf would not allow me to introduce you, but you know my feelings about you. You're my president. And everywhere, as soon as I call you, you always honor me. So may God honor you too in Jesus' name. Eshegoni.
And Shegoni, thank you for the invitation. I hope that we can enlighten members of the public about immigration issues, especially what's going on in the country right now as it relates to the current administration. Eshe Motukwe, thank you for the invitation.
So, having done all that, like Nigerians will say, all protocols observed.
Yeah, excuse
I
me.
also want to recognize everyone. Sir?
I also have one more guest. I'm going to introduce him.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go
It's
ahead,
my
sir.
pleasure to introduce lawyer Sam Akinboju. Actually, I will get him to introduce himself because lawyer Akinboju, can you quickly introduce yourself, sir?
Ẹ kúlé o, ẹ kú ètò. Yeah, my name is Sam Akinboju. I'm from the tribe they call Ikale in Ondo State.
Welcome, sir.
So Yoruba mi lè máa dàbí ti àwọn ará Gbọ̀ngán àbí àwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́.
Aṣara o, ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ lẹ́yìn.
You okay?
Ibi tẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ yìí o.
Yorùbá mi súnmọ́, ó fẹ́ máa súnmọ́ àwọn Ẹ̀dó, ó fẹ́ máa súnmọ́, but it's okay, we're all one.
Ìkan náà ni a, like my dad would say to my husband. Ìkan náà ni a.
I was called to bar in the year 2003. I practiced in Nigeria for 10 years before relocating to the United States. I got called in New York July 2012, and I've been practicing immigration, family law, a little bit of landlord and tenants since then. Thank you for having me, and I hope we're able to use this platform to educate our people.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. We appreciate you. And something just struck me when you started giving us your steps and the stages and your certification here in the United States. I believe both of them, I know it has been said of Mr. Bakari, but for lawyer Bankole, he's also licensed in New York and in Maryland, and actually DC, just like me. Of course, like I said, he always take me everywhere he goes. He was my sponsor in the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court in New York, outside the regular certification, right? So we have a full house and very well cerebral people on the line, especially insofar as immigration is concerned. So one of the things that I just want us to say or to do, just putting it out there for everyone to know that this session, yeah, it's an immigration session, it's a legal issue. We know that immigration is a subject that is federal in character. So it's not like a personal law, legal department that is state specific, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So even at that, I want to caution everyone that when you ask question and any response that they give to you, it's not attempting to enter into attorney-client privilege or relationship. We are just doing this for information session only. So if you need additional legal advice, please contact all these attorneys online. Solomon Bankole too, he will put his phone number and email or law offices contact on the chat, as well as Mr. Bakari to Lawyer Sam. You can go ahead and do the same. And I understand that we will also be having some some of our colleagues who reside in England. By the way, Otumba Osenitu is an attorney.
Mi ò pa láti di rope mi o.
Well, the rope with him because down low. He's a journalist, but he's also an attorney. But he always wears his public relations and journalist hat more than he wants us to claim for him the attorney part. And he resides in Europe, in England too. So if you have any comparison to make, you can put it in. But for now, we're doing this thing to assist our people here in America because uncle, like Mama Yusuf said, DJT, I call him. I never want to pronounce every of his name. So, and for these purposes, I'll be saying DJT administration. So bear with me. So where should we start? Mama Yusuf, I think you have some questions that you prepared, or is she there?
I am here. The Fulani people kick me out as usual. but because you are a special person, as soon as you mention my name, they decided to open me up.
Yay, let there be light. And then there came light. We thank God. Oh,
Yes,
look at you, Mama Yusuf. Your beautiful self has shown.
Oh, thank you. And by the way, I'm not in my full self. This morning, I lost a nephew who is 43 years old.
Oh, I'm so
I
sorry.
lost him to high blood pressure. He has never felt it. He didn't know he had it. He was complaining of headache. They handed him paracetamol to take. As soon as he took as soon as he held the medication, he fell on the floor. And by the time they took him to the hospital, he was confirmed dead. He left 4 children and a pregnancy.
Wow.
For the family. So from 1 a.m. I've been talking to Nigeria up to now. So that is one thing for us to think about. And this is what Baba Adeboye always said to us, because in Nigeria, we are in soup. If I can put it that way, mildly, we are in trouble. A lot of people have high blood pressure. They don't know because they don't have access to care. Some people carry this blood pressure kit all over the place. And I was talking to somebody that, oh, it's only 200. Try to, go to them and do it. He said, 200. Already.
I know.
So we are really in trouble in Nigeria. And upon that, they are deporting people. Where are these people going to go? Where are they going to go? Especially people who have lived here more than 10 years. Even if you live in America for 5 years, you don't want to go. It's not that it's comfortable here, but many people will say, I don't want to jump from frying pan to fire. So I am taking this opportunity again to thank our lawyers and everybody that are here. We are very grateful. The first question that I'm going to ask, and as we go on, I will come in. I'm not going to interrupt Yellowfin, but I'll come in from time to time to bring a question. The first thing that I want our honorable lawyers to explain to me is, who is an undocumented alien? We hear it, the meaning that we give to this thing is different. But we want to hear from the horse's mouth. When they say somebody is an undocumented alien, what does it mean? Thank you, sirs. Amas.
You mean to say, Mama Yusuf, undocumented immigrant
Oh, thank
or
you.
an alien?
Undocumented immigrant, you see,
Or an alien. They
an
are
alien.
completed.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, sirs.
Do you want me to take it?
Anyone,
Okay.
please.
Well, I'll start out. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk on this forum. Eshegon Modugbe. Now, Tiyambanwasi America, there are two types of entry. Àwọn kan tó máa ń wá that usually come in with a visa. Technically, those people are considered admitted into the United States. Why? Because they went to Eleke, applied for a visa, they gave them a visa, and they came. So they entered the United States legally. They're not considered here illegally until their status runs out. On the other hand, there are those who now have to go in through the border. I think they pay all these coyotes to bring them in through Mexico, Canada, and at the time of entry, they're probably not inspected by an immigration officer, but they find their way into the United States without a visa and without any form of inspection. Those type of people are now considered undocumented. So, and the array of penalties that comes with entering that matter is very concerning. The idea of the law is that when one comes in without a visa, as in those who come in from Mexico without being inspected or not having a visa in their passport, and they enter the United States somehow, the law says that their ability to adjust their status or get any type of immigrant or non-immigrant visa is pretty much closed. And the idea behind it is that it is designed to dissuade people from coming in without a visa or from coming to the United States without being inspected. So the law says that if you come here without being inspected, not only are you undocumented, but you cannot change your status. So I've had people call me because of the manner in which they came. Maybe they're lucky enough to meet a U.S. citizen and they want to get married to that U.S. citizen. And the question then becomes, can I file my green card because I'm now getting ready to get married to a U.S. citizen? The problem is not that easy. Why? Because the fact is that the person came in without a visa or came into the United States illegally. And in that situation, such a person is unable to proceed to the next stage, which is to file for their green card through that U.S. citizen. Now, a distinction has to be made between those who entered legally, but are now present in the United States illegally. Now, and that applies to people who come in on a visitor's visa. And ideally, when you're coming, you're given 6 months. And after 6 months, if you don't depart the United States, now you're accruing what is called unlawful presence in the United States. And to the extent that you're now here illegally or unlawfully, your ability to do certain things or get your green card in certain ways are closed. Most importantly, your ability to get your green card through an employment route is closed. The law is that if you want to get an employer to petition for you, you must always show that you've always maintained lawful status from the time of entry up until the time that employer files for you. But if on the other hand, you come in, 6 months expires, you didn't go back home, your road to getting some form of permanent residence or green card is now limited just to perhaps getting married to a U.S. citizen. Getting it through the employer is now pretty much closed. So to make the long story short, that distinction has to be made clear. Though I want to buy Wale without papers, pretty much undocumented, and to buy Wale to that you overstay, now becomes somebody who is unlawfully present in the United States.
You go. Let me ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody come in and he was supposed to stay 6 months, they stamp it at the point of entry that, okay, 6 months. If after 5 months, something happened and I know that I may not be able to leave next month, do I have an option? What do I do? Is there anything I can do to extend it?
Well, there's the option of extending your non-immigrant visa, but it's not that easy. usually before the expiration of that 6 months, if there are genuine basis to seek an extension, i.e., maybe some medical issue has cropped up and you need to see a doctor, you can seek an extension before the expiration of that 6 months by filing with the immigration office here, asking them to extend your stay. But you have to support it with documentation to show the reason why you're seeking an extension. An extension by itself will be denied. Otherwise, everybody who comes here will be able to extend their visa. So they're very, very, very strict on that. We would extend, but you better have a genuine basis for seeking an extension. So I've seen people come here and say, well, I have a medical emergency. When the medical emergency comes, how are you going to pay for this emergency? Because they understand that if you have a medical emergency, they don't want you going to the hospitals here and taking benefits that you're not otherwise entitled to. In other words, free medical services. So when you seek an extension based on maybe a medical emergency, it's always advisable that you attach documentation to show that you have the means and the ability to pay for whatever medical care you're going to get here. Now, often at times when you seek an extension before the expiration of that 6 months, immigration never makes a decision by the time your 6 month stay is over. The question then becomes, am I here illegally then? No, you're not. What's important is that you file for that extension before the expiration of the 6 months. And immigration takes forever to make decisions on those type of applications. As long as that application is pending, you are in status, even though you've now overstayed that 6 months. At some point, they'll make a decision. That decision could either be a denial or an approval of your extension. If it's an approval, then good for you. You're allowed to stay for whatever period they grant you. If it's a denial, then you have to, as soon as possible, leave the United States. Otherwise, it will impact your multiple entry or 5-year or 6-year visa. Because now at the embassy, when you try to return, those at the port of entry will now see that you've overstayed. But yeah, those are the ground. Every extension must be supported by some genuine reasons and then some documentation to back it up as well.
Okay, thank you. Before you mention multiple something, some people get multiple visa to come in here. When they give them the visa, they will say multiple 3 years. But when they get to the gate, they will stamp maybe 6 months. So if you stay after 6 months because you have a multiple visa, are you still illegal?
You are. Not only have you become illegal in the United States, that multiple entry visa is now dead. Therefore,
the multiple visa is dead?
It is. So if you now leave the country after that 6 months of authorized stay, and you try to re-enter the United States with that visa, you probably will be returned at the port of entry because you violated a cardinal principle of immigration law, which is you have overstayed the period of time they gave you. And therefore, one of the conditions attached to that multiple entry visa when you got it is that every time you come, you must leave you must leave before the expiration of the period they gave you. So the moment you overstay and you leave the country, then you might not be able to come back again with that multiple entry visa. And what's also crucial, and what most people don't understand, is this 3-year, 10-year bar that Clinton signed into law years ago. And the way that law works is that when you come to the United States and you overstay maybe your 6 months as you overstay for, let's say, 6 months period, and you leave the United States, whether you have a multiple entry or not, you might not be able to enter for another 3 years. Why? Because you've overstayed beyond the 6 months by 6 months. Okay. If you overstay by a year and you leave the United States, you might not be able to re-enter again for 10 years. So a lot of people have to be conscious of this overstay. And the idea behind those laws is to, essentially impress upon people that you have to leave the country if, as and when, or before your visa expires, so that this 3-year, 10-year bar does not begin to accrue to you.
Thank you. I'll be back. Yellowfin.
Yes,
over
ma.
to you, ma.
I thank you, ma. I actually wanted Barrister Bakari also to weigh in on what has been said, just in case he has any addition to what Barrister Bankole has referenced. And also Lawyer Sam, if you want to add anything before I proceed with this line of questioning. Thank you.
In fact, Barrister Bankole has covered all the grounds, but let me just, because I mean, he has explained what legal status is about, and that you know, staying without legal without having legal status, even though you're coming in may be legal, but once you exceed your I-94, then you become illegal immigrant, or so to speak. I only want to just add to what is said about, the question which was asked about whether there's a possibility of extension, which he dealt with extensively. But I only want to add that if you want to do it on your own, which you can do on your own, the form to be filed is I-539, which is an extension of your visa. And, the documentation that, Barrister Bankole was talking about is about the reason, like medical reports by physician, a statement that you intend to depart to your country once the extension is over, and perhaps an affidavit of support by a legal person here that has green card, or that's a US citizen that says that he's going to support you while you are overstaying. A statement that you have work to do in Nigeria, you are employed, you have a house, a list that probably if you don't have a house, that this is your list. And also perhaps an extension of your ticket. You must have contacted your airline and asked them to extend it beyond the time you intended to stay, so that if it's extended, say by 4 months or 3 months, they will see that, you actually intend to depart. So those are the things that he mentioned that may grant the extension of your I-94. If you have all these things, then you have genuine documents. Most of the time, they are going to extend for you. But like he said, a lot of times, the extension will not be given while you are here. Most of the time, they don't extend beyond 3 months. And by the time the extension comes, it may be at the end of that, or even after that 3 months. So sometimes I have to mail it to clients, or let them have it one way or the other. They are already out of the country by the time the extension comes. But like he said, as long as you put in the extension before the time, then you are likely to be granted the extension of your I-94. And of course, you don't ask for the extension when you are given a 6 months visa, and by the time you just came, you started asking for extension. They know that the extension, you are not really sincere about it. So you allow for maybe for 5 months or 4 months or something like that before you put in the extension. So that way, they know that the thing just really happened. The medical issue just happened. The unforeseen circumstance just happened. Not that when you just came in, you are given your I-94 in 6 months, the second month, or even the first month, you start asking for extension. So that's just what I have to add. Thank you, Bankole, for extensively covering this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari.
Thank you, Barrister Bakari, for that extensive suggestions. And it also makes sense because a lot of our people will wait until the very end, or even they will do it as soon as they arrive, which shows the intention. They don't know that that little thing has also really actually pointed them out that, okay, you didn't even have the intention to depart anyway to start with. So that is a very good one. Thank you. Lawyer Sam, do you have anything to add to that before we go on to?
Yeah, thank you, madam. The little thing I want to add to it is that I don't think we should be encouraged to explore this option. This option of extension of visa might be actually counterproductive. In the first instance, the fact that they even give you 6 months to stay does not mean you have to stay 6 months. If you stay the entire 6 months, I can bet you by the time you go back to the embassy, they will not give you another visa. Because
why they
most of
gave me
us
6 months?
hold on, madam. Because
I mean, that's what I was thinking.
because when they give you, when you are applying for your visa, most of the time you say you have a busy schedule in Nigeria. I just want a short trip, 1 week, 2 weeks. That's what you told them in the first instance. And that was the reason why they gave you the visa. You know, they're not going to give you a visa if you tell them you want to stay 6 months, then you're going to extend it again. So it's not an option that people should jump at, even if it is available. Then secondly, it's not even it's not even a viable option for anybody that wants to stay back. Because if you want to stay back and you want to adjust your status by marriage, it's not necessary to extend your visa. If you want to stay back and marry and adjust your status, not by employment. Of course, if you want to adjust your status by employment, you have to remain in lawful standing. But if you, like most of us, we stay behind, look for little money, get married, and stay. If that is the option that we want to explore, it is not necessary to file for extension of status. So in either way you look at it, it's it's not something that people should grab if they have their way. That's the little addition that I want to make.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, everything borders on intention. So your intent must be clear, expressive, and they also that we're submitting these documents to, they can rat you out, they can figure you out like Dr. Oyefule would, Once he's talking to you, he knows where you're going. So that's where I had to put that there, Shamo. Dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ ni wọ́n, so he figures you out right there. So anyway, I have this question that is upon me, and basically I want us to be clear that these are just the basic questions that Mama Yusuf posed. We know that we're on this forum in the wake of what DJT presidency is putting out there regarding immigration. And I have another question which will help us and launch us into the meat and the potatoes of what is going on now. So one of the questions is, I know that we have all of us, even those of us that seem documented, we still are antsy about the policy, and the regulation that is out there now. So having said that, and we know that fear is on every side, and we are afraid even for our family members who may also actually be in these two different distinctions that all these attorneys made. Those people who are undocumented to start with because they are uninspected and unprocessed, just as we always warn, and we have been warning Nigerian government back then when all the Fulanis and all those entities are coming into Nigeria, they were not inspected, they were not processed, and they still went ahead to give them places. They still went ahead to want to actually put them into the system, rehabilitate them, and also have us to accept them into our communities. Counter and the contrary is what is happening now in the United States. So, in the wake of that, I want you attorneys to please help us identify who is a citizen and how do you get to that citizenship status, number one. And then who is a permanent resident and how do you get into that? My third thing is the visitors, and I think you already talked about that. So over to you, sirs.
I can try. I can start again.
Yes, sir.
Citizens are typically either those who are born here in the United States by birth, although there have been this issues that has brought up an ugly head recently, where Trump, by executive order, wanted to terminate birthright citizenship. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States prohibits him from doing that. And anyone who is watching the news right now will see that his actions have been challenged in court. What he's trying to do is that, when folks come here and they want to give birth, and that child is born here, that child automatically becomes a citizen of the United States. It's enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of this country. And no president can, by executive order or fiat, just decide to, abrogate that law. And that's why a federal judge stopped him. So and until either the Supreme Court, rules on it, birthright citizenship is back in place. So if you come here and you give birth, you'll be okay. The areas where I begin to hear a lot of people having issues is the customs, at the port of entry. That's where a lot of our people have to be concerned. Because nowadays, in as much as they see that they're being challenged in federal court, they're still using the executive powers to detain people who are pregnant and coming to the United States and actually sending them back. That power they have to an extent, because they determine, even with a visa, whether they should admit you or not.
Yes,
and
discretionary.
they can exercise that option. So the caveat to most women who are coming in pregnant is to be careful. One of the questions they always ask is, okay, how are you going to pay for delivery? And if you feel that it's better to come with documentation and evidence that, yes, the birth of this child expenses will not be incurred by the government or by any free facility, and that you will be responsible paying for it. But yes, as long as you make it here and you give birth to the child here, that child becomes a citizen of the United States. There are also other ways of becoming citizens. For example, if you are lucky enough to get married to a U.S. citizen, and the road to becoming a citizen starts with being a green card holder first. And after you have your green card for 3 years, if you're still married to that person, you can now apply for naturalization. Provided you have no criminal issues, provided you've always paid your taxes, your naturalization petition should go well. And ultimately, you will have what is called a civics test and a test of English. And if everything goes well, you put your right hand, so express allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, bearing arms and all that. And ultimately, you get sworn in. Now, if you're divorced from your U.S. citizen spouse, in other words, maybe after you got your permanent 10-year green card, for some reason things didn't work out, but you've not had your green card for 3 years and you've not been married, you've not been with her for 3 years, then the law says that as long as you've had your green card for a total of 5 years, then you can apply for citizenship on your own, not because you're married to a U.S. citizen anymore, but because you've had your green card for 5 years. And based on that alone, you can then become a citizen of the United States. Ditto for those who come here through asylum. After you get your green card, you still have to wait for that 5-year period to apply for citizenship. And if you also get your green card through an employment route, you have to wait for a 5-year period to apply for citizenship. So those are the road to becoming citizens of the United States. I'll defer to the other lawyers if they want to chime in here and talk about the permanent residence.
Yeah. Basically, Barrister Bankole, thank you for the lead. I always say to people when they call me or to ask me immigration question, and I always express to them that, the immigration law is like what is called standing. You have to have a standing, you have to have a leg to stand on. There are issues, and if you don't get into those factors, you can never qualify. However, anybody wants you to be, so, and that's what you have just broken down for us. So I would ask either of the barristers, Bakari and Barrister Sam, if you want to add anything to that, because I want us to get into the meat and the potatoes. But before that, just so if you want to answer this as you proceed, I want you to explain what or who are, when you talk about exclusion procedures or deportable people, who are they? So Lawyer Sam and Barrister Bakari, if you want to add to what Barrister Bankole said, and then you can start us off from there. Just a little bit snippet, so we don't have to get into real deep, because that is coming, is going to be launching us into what we have today. So if that makes sense, please.
I think Barrister
And
Sam.
you people, you are all Yorubas. And lè sọ Yorùbá o. Òyìnbó ìmọ̀ àti kọ́ mi ó ti fẹ́ kọ́ mi lẹ́yìn o.
Barrister Sam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, thank you, Olotu, Madam Barrister. Actually, well, I was thinking that this forum will, well, I got a hint. This forum is to allay the fears of our people.
Yes.
Especially people that are scared of going to church, people that are scared of going to work, people that cannot even jump on the train anymore because they are afraid that you say DJ, what do you call him?
DJT, Donald J. Trump.
DJT is gonna grab them on the train. I think that is where the meat and potato you're talking about is.
Yes. So Shefe dúró dé gbà yẹn.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes,
if I can.
Yes.
Okay, if I can ask a question.
Because mo fẹ́ launch us, mo fẹ́ ká ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń tẹ̀lé ni, kó má jẹ́ pé ó máa dàrú mọ́ àwọn èèyàn lójú, Sequentially, people will be able to process it better in their brain. And then before we now jump into, okay, what is going on now? Tí wọ́n bá mú yín àbí téèyàn kan bá dọ́dọ̀ yín, ọlọ́pàá ó wá sọ́dọ̀ ẹ, kí ni kó sọ, kí ni kó ṣe? How should you respond? Ṣé mọ̀? Ìyẹn lèèyàn máa béèrè. So ìyẹn ni ó wà lórí pé okay, excludable people or deportable people. Tá bá ti cover basis yẹn, just like bí mo ṣe sọ, you always have a leg to stand on when it comes to immigration issues in America, United States. So bearing that in mind, then we will be able to deal with the issues at hand.
Okay.
So since today Barrister Sam, he wants to defy those who are apprehensive of what is going on now. That is to say, the people that Barrister Bankole talked about when he was talking about those without legal status, essentially
the undocumented.
Undocumented people. So they are the people that, most of them are, they are fearful of what is going on. Then I want to say that unlike what Barrister Bankole said about those who are citizens and how to become U.S. citizens. which is very short and close. It's either, maybe you are born here or you naturalize or you get, but how to become a green card
Permanent
holder,
resident.
permanent resident, the field is very, very wide.
Broad.
Very, very broad. In fact, I don't know any immigration lawyer that can say that is covering all those fields, because sometimes when you hear a new one, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised because there are so many ways by which you can be a green card holder. The common one is by family-based filing, which is like filing for your spouse or for your children, which is spousal filing. Donald Trump and they once call it chain migration.
Immigration.
So that is the common one. That is to say that if you're a US citizen or you're a green card holder, you may be eligible to file for your spouse. Even if you're a green card holder, if your spouse is in Nigeria or Ghana or whatever, you can file for your spouse with green card. Although it may be different if your spouse is here and his I-94 has expired, that may not be so easy. The I-130 may be approved, but adjustment of status may be an issue, but just to say that you can become a green card holder through filing, spousal filing, I-130 filing, family-based filing, all, Of course, there are other ways by which you can have a green card. Even mere helping a law enforcement agent, a policeman to break crime, to, reporting crimes or abuse may lead you to green card. I've had a situation where, a client came here, somebody said that, she came here to have a child. Somebody took money from her, extorted her 6,500, and saying that, oh, you two can become a green card holder, and refused to return the money. And because the clients did not want to wait for her I-94 to expire, so after a few months, she had to go back. And of course, she got in contact with me, and I helped to inform, to let the law enforcement agent know. They asked her to come here. They arrested the person, tried the person. At the end of the day, we filed U visa, and she's now filed on her I-485. So by helping law enforcement agents, you can find yourself having a green card. If you are abused, you report the abuse and you are undocumented, you can have green card. If people traffic in
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking, you can go through T visa to have green card. Employment base is what Vice Abankole mentioned the other time. If you employment-based visa, that is to say that like filing I-40, I-140, that is to say like EB1, EB2, employment-based.
Investors.
If it is EB1, higher advanced degree is, I think, EB2, EB1. If it's EB1, you may not even need to wait for your priority date to become current. As soon as it is approved, you can go ahead and file for your I-485 adjustment of status. But EB2, EB3, you may have to wait until your priority date becomes current. While you are waiting, of course, you don't have to, extend your I-94. Otherwise, adjustment of status may become an issue. You can be, if you see an a child that is abused, that is neglected, that is abandoned, the child can be, and you can get the custody of the child. You can file that child may become a beneficiary of green card through what is known as SIT, Special Immigrant Juvenile Status. You start that from the circuit court. Once the circuit court make the pronouncement, you can file for I-360, for the child. So, like I said, it's not closed at all as far as I'm concerned, how one can become a green card holder. We can start talking about it from here to tomorrow. Those who are here illegally, that is why I'm saying that it's better as soon as you come, when you know that you want to stay, you can talk to a lawyer. A lawyer can help you. Some people, maybe what they are here for, they have advanced degree, very, very advanced degree, and they may be looking for somebody to marry or somebody to do or seeking asylum. Whereas even with your degree, you can file an EB1 petition and even prioritize it, because there is a premium processing of EBs. So with premium processing, within 1 month, 2 months, it can be approved. Whereas you are there years staying for it, and by the time you exhaust your I-94, it may be too late to even use to explore other means of getting green card. So, this is what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Barrister Bakari. Basically, you are telling us, advising people out there, go out when you have immigration issues, get an attorney who is astute in immigration, and that will save a ton. You may have that advanced degree, not knowing that you're sitting on gold. Meanwhile, you are looking left, right, and center and elsewhere for someone to marry that you may not even be eligible for immediately, unlike what you already hold. Thank you for that. Also, I wanted to just put this in there because I know that a lot of people would reference this and they can actually put that in mind better. We know that US has been in Iraq, Afghanistan, and all those places for a while. So Attorney Bakari just described to us something about how you can also regularize or how you can procure a green card when you are a witness to a crime or you've provided an assistance to the police. This is the basis, whereas all those people from Afghanistan, from Iraq, and from, they just had war somewhere now, where these people help the US force, to bring about crime down, to investigate, substantiate, and help them to actually successfully prosecute individuals, criminals who have been identified. And that's why they were able to actually unpick them away from that system and launch them into the American system. So that is on that basis. And that is also available for Africans. I don't know, but of course, circumstances has to be similar and has to fit the factor here. The one that I think that was not mentioned, or maybe a little bit reference, the EB5 and EB6 or something, is the investors. So if you're an investor, they have some type of amount. It used to be $500,000 and all that. I know few of my friends made use of that, but now it's like they've increased this. It's like a 1 point something million that you have to, that you have to invest into the system. As a business owner, you're starting a business, you're doing stuff, you are employing people and all that. So you are helping the American system, the economy to be boisterous. So based on that, you can file for your green card. Now, let's go to the very reason why we're here, which is the DJT issues at hand. And I've established how we are all afraid, we're antsy, even people with green card, people with what do you call it, the blue passport. We don't know what to expect out there. You are hearing so many things of the people, some people who have,
Especially if you're Africans.
if you're African, yeah, some people who have gone home to visit, a lot of people went home during Christmas. Some of them have returned, but some are still there. So for some out there, they are like, it's like walking on eggshells. And for some who have returned, they have a lot of stories to tell. So while we're on that, I want you to help us. How do we really swim this tide? How can we help ourselves in this circumstance, knowing that if you are somebody that is undocumented or that has overstayed your welcome insofar as visa is concerned, when you are accosted by an immigration officer, or these days they say FBI, CIA, and the
I
police,
see.
and the ICE, they all work together, in unison. I live in Silver Spring, suburb of Silver Spring. I know that they have been recorded a lot of issues about people who have been picked up downtown Silver Spring, or people who the police officers have actually knocked on their doors to summon them to come out and all that. So if you can just give us scenarios and response to how we should deal with issues like this. And if anybody have specific questions, we will throw it in while you're trying to explain. Any one of you attorneys can go ahead. Thank you.
Lawyer Sam.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, I would like to start by saying that our people should not be afraid. Our people should not be scared. The operation that is going, although right now, I've not experienced this kind of operation. So lawyers work with experience. It's not only book that lawyers work by. We work with experience. We've not seen this magnitude of enforcement. It is not that there have not been enforcement in the past. I was reading somewhere in 2022, about 46,000 people were deported from this country. So it's from time to time they deport people. But the reason why this is of concern is because of the noise and the tense atmosphere. So suffice to say that this operation is targeted. They they are actually looking for some set of people. It's not like they are raiding like it's not like they do in Lagos only one call roga. Sometimes
Maga maga.
wa kó roga wa kó lawyer náà mọ́ roga. So that is not what is happening here. They identified people that they are looking for. I'll give instances. I have
Sir, Barrister Sam, ẹ má bínú, sir. Níbo ni here tẹ wà? Tẹ fi ń sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀, torí ní here àwọn ẹlòmíì, bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe sọ fún yín, ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Okay.
So ńbo ni venue yín àbí place
Okay,
tẹ̀yin wà?
I live and practice in New York.
Okay.
Okay, so I live and practice in New York. When you say Koribe, madam, do you mean that they go from door to door indiscriminately to ask people?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, sir.
Well,
Àti ilé àwọn report bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn láround wá ń bí báyìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, like I said,
Nígbà
I'll rather
Okay.
advise based on my own experience.
Okay, ó
So,
dà pé Barrister Bakare ń sọ nǹkan kan.
Yeah, mo fẹ́ sọ pé ní exactly ní ìjẹjọ
Mhm.
one of my clients tó jẹ́ pé ó ti ní work authorization ó dẹ̀ pè mí at about 10 a.m. ó dẹ̀ pè mí ó dẹ̀ ń sọ pé wọ́n ń kanlẹ̀kùn àwọn o ṣé kóun ṣílẹ̀kùn àbí kóun má ṣílẹ̀kùn. I didn't even want to pick the call, but I picked that call because she never called me like that. Wọ́n ń kanlẹ̀kùn o ṣé kóun ṣílẹ̀kùn mo níta ló ń kọ ó ní àwọn àìsí nǹkan kan mo ní báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé àwọn àìsí ni wọ́n wá ní àwọn yọjú lójú wíńdò pé wọ́n kọ àìsí sí kinní mo ní àwọn mélòó wọ́n ní àwọn bíi mẹ́rin wọ́n náà kanlẹ̀kùn
wọn àṣejì rẹ mọ
Maryland
wọn ti
nìyẹn o.
di ẹ̀rín rẹ nísìn èjì rẹ ni wọ́n tẹ́lẹ̀
so
wọ́n
wọ́n
ti
sọ
dẹ̀rín rẹ.
wọ́n ṣílẹ̀kùn as long as tí wọn ò bá ní warrant wọn ò ní break into the door. But
Yes.
once you open, then they will say, "Can we enter?" And you can't even stop them. But don't open your door. So, and she did not open her doors. And after a while, after about 20 minutes, wọ́n á sọ pé wọ́n ti lọ, wọ́n pè mí padà to say pé wọ́n ti lọ. I think, practically in Maryland here,
okay.
and one would have thought that New York would be maybe
Exactly, even more. Exactly.
Okay.
Maryland here, we are feeling the heat, sir.
Okay.
So basically what they are saying here is tí wọ́n bá wá tẹ́ bá rí tán kanlẹ̀kùn ẹ má ṣílẹ̀kùn. The only time tẹ́ máa ṣílẹ̀kùn ni tán bá fún yín ní wárántì pé àwọn ní wárántì o. Báyìí
báwo tẹ́
báyìí.
ẹ̀ bá ṣílẹ̀kùn báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ rí wárántì
Wọ́n á
wọn.
máa sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n láti sọ it's knock and announce àbí Barrister knock and announce wọ́n láti sọ in fact wárántì tán ní gan ó ń láti sọ nǹkan tán wá ṣe ń bẹ̀ àtẹni tán fẹ́ mú síta kì í ṣe gbogbo wa la gbọ́dọ̀ ṣílẹ̀kùn fún wọn kán wọlé ṣóyè yín so wárántì tán mú wá yẹn ó ń láti sọ ta ni.
ṣé mo lè dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Yes sir.
tí èèyàn ò bá tí ò bá ní nǹkan kan ìyàn kí o fẹ́ hide kí ló lè ṣílẹ̀kùn fún. nígbà tó bá
ẹni tí ò bá
ṣílẹ̀kùn.
níwèé ńkọ́. ẹni tí ò bá níwèé.
o ò níwèé kí ló ń wà nílùú onílùú fún.
ẹjọ
nítorí má yẹ ká tóra wa jẹ má yẹ ká tóra wa jẹ kí Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú fún gbogbo wa.
alàgbà Akínbóyè àti máa gba
ìbéèrè mo sorry.
It is well sir a lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn náà later. Ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀ opinion ti yín nìyẹn sir.
Sorry, let me finish my thought, please.
Okay sir, Barrister Sam má bínú sir, go ahead sir.
Yes sir. So like I was saying, I like to advise based on my own personal experiences. I was trying to relay an experience of a friend in Georgia. They have about 15 officers that came to their apartment building, and they went straight to a particular apartment. They knocked, got what they wanted, and they left. Then sometime last week,
what did they get, if we may ask? They got
they got someone that they're looking for, and they left.
Okay.
They didn't ask anybody any question. They didn't open any. They didn't knock on any other door. Okay.
But they went.
Now,
okay.
yes. Now, this is a more closer experience. I have a client who was involved in a fight where they were trying to do $2 cab in Brooklyn, in Jamaica Avenue here. He got arrested, and he is one of those people that they're actually looking for. These are the people that came through the borders, these Benin Republic people. A lot of them came in through the borders. Fortunately for him, he has filed asylum. Unfortunately for him, his work relation came in, and I told him he has not come to pick it up. And after his criminal court hearing, the ICE came to meet him when he was leaving the courtroom, and they asked him, how did you come into the country? He told them he came through the border, so and so period. Were you processed? He said yes. Do you have your asylum application? He said yes. Have you gotten work authorization? Yes, but it's with my lawyer. I've not picked it up. They took his ID, they ran it, and they asked him to go. This is where I'm actually going. If you have some form of application with immigration, I don't think you are their target. If you are here and you have not committed crime, the type of crime they are looking for, I don't think you are their target. I
Okay, at
understand.
that point, Lawyer Sam, please may I ask this question that has been, okay, now, if somebody has gone to immigration, maybe you did marriage, you did asylum, you did farmers program, whatever, and you are denied, they will tell you to go home. They will tell you to go back to your country once you are denied. So some people will stay. So if you stay,
Mommy, sorry, before you go further, nobody asks you to go out. That denial letter, people don't read it very well.
okay.
Yes, that denial letter, the line says that if you do not depart United States within 30 days, we may commence removal proceedings against you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Nobody asks you to leave. He said, if you do not leave, we may commence removal proceedings against you. So
So
when
okay, if
Eh,
Mr. A or B refuse
to
to
leave,
leave
we
and he's
may
staying there and he didn't do
commence.
anything,
Yes.
he said, no, they can't find me. I'm not going to run red light. I'm not going to commit offense.
yeah.
I will be fine. I will do kojeje. If he says that, could he or she be in trouble?
No. Because if you are, there's something they call expedited removal. Expedited removal is that they can fast track your removal. But if you are not, if they are not, I mean, you are not eligible. Let me use the word eligible. If you are not qualified for expedited removal, they have to process you through the immigration court, which takes time for the judge to order your removal. Until the
Yes.
judge orders your removal, you are not deported. So the fact that immigration says that if you do not depart, we may commence removal proceedings against you. That means that there is still a process called removal proceedings, which
Yes.
they may
Which is like going
commence
to court.
or not.
May at their discretion.
Yes, which they may commence or not. It is until when they commence the removal proceedings and that removal proceedings is concluded negatively against you, that is when you are asked to leave the country.
Okay.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. So ẹ ṣe Barrister Sam. That is why tí mo ṣe sọ wípé ṣe rí i pé ńgbà tí mo béèrè question tí mo ní kíní yìí ó máa launch wa into the meat and the potatoes. Òun ni pé exclusion procedure àti removal procedure. Ṣé mọ̀ ó yàtọ̀ síra wọn? Who is excludable? Who is deportable? Because ó láwọn èèyàn kan tí wọn tiẹ̀ fẹ́ rí nílùú yìí. Ká má tí wàá sọ pé àwọn tó wá wọ̀lú kí náà ṣe fẹ́ yọ wọ́n kúrò. So òun ni ibẹ̀ yẹn gangan lẹ́dẹ̀ ń sìn. Ṣé any one of you can enlighten us on that?
Well, I mean, to piggyback on what everyone has been saying, Lawyer Sam, Barrister Bakar is right. The instance they want to deny application, àwọn èèyàn máa ń gba letter yẹn tó tọ́, and that letter, téèyàn bá kà dáadáa, you think that what for me, láti kúrò lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. There is a procedure still in place that says that they have to issue what is called a notice to appear. It's like a charging document. Fẹ́yìn tó bá ti deny application, a notice to appear, ní pé okay, kò sí nǹkan tó gbé dúró sílùú ìmọ̀, so àti charge ẹ with overstaying, ní visa ò ní nǹkan kan, so appear síwájú kó wá bá adájọ́ láti sọ fún adájọ́ the reason why ti adájọ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ order a remove from the United States. tí o bá dẹ̀ lọ sí court nígbà míì èèyàn máa ní series of reliefs tí èèyàn lè apply fún ìgbà míì èèyàn lè sọ fún adájọ́ pé application tẹ̀ deny yìí o mo ti reapply through ìyàwó tí ẹ fi deny so application mi ṣe wà pending ìgbà míì adájọ́ á sọ pé okay àfún any opportunity kan decide the application to reapply fún until tó bá deny ẹ̀ order removal order tó bá deny ẹ̀ àjẹ́ kó dúró but beyond that ara nǹkan tí bàbá yìí fẹ́ ṣe ìyẹn olórí ìlú yìí ń sìn ni pé there's a law that Congress passed. He signed it into law. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. It was signed by him on January 29, 2025. And nǹkan tó fi yẹn sọ essentially ni pé ìwọ tí ó bá wà ń bíbá illegally, and a distinction has to be made between those who are here legally, those who have a pending genuine application. The law is referring to those who are here illegally without any application, or to buy me by illegally, and you're accused, not even charged. Because in the past, you have to be charged, and then you go to state court, you serve your time, then you have immigration waiting to pick you up. Missing with that law, you don't even have to be charged. If you're accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, killing somebody or bodily injury, and you're accused of it, under that law, ICE is now empowered to detain you. So I guess the Mauritania first from when you want to take your bath wahala. Number one, kill ma ja. Number two, kill ma assaulting you. Number three, kill ma lojali. Our simple misdemeanor theft. It's not. It's not a grounds for ICE. State level, not my deal, why charge you misdemeanor theft? Yeah, so fine. Because okay, maybe it's one time. ICE has some okay, we'll let you only make why. But listen, offense sign in January also look at a misdemeanor at the as long as you budget theft, regardless of the amount, somebody accuse it, and so that's why people have to be extremely very careful. Like Lawyer Sam said, a lot of people turning pending application, whether it's asylum, whether it's application through marriage, whether it's application through an employer, usually working for àwọn people àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ because wọ́n ní access sí gbogbo àwọn database àwọn èèyàn tó fẹ́ lè kó, and as a matter of due diligence nígbà míì wọ́n á kọ́ run ẹ̀ láti wọ́n pé ẹni tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa yìí o ṣó ní application tó wà pending. So nǹkan tá a máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn ni pé look ìwọ tó bá fẹ́ file tètè lọ gbéwò ẹ̀ wọlé once bá ti gbé wọlé tán tètè issue receipt notice fún ẹ, it's unlikely pé they're going to come after you because official wa tó ṣì láti respect. That law is a creation of Congress. Well, they change it. So right now, so anybody about to file, or lè balẹ̀ díẹ̀ pé wọ́n ní wá kàn. But àwọn tó bá commit criminal offences yẹn, bóyá èyí tí wọ́n ti charge wọn tó dẹ̀ ti àti èyí tí wọ́n ti charge, ó gba wọn fún ẹni
no any priority.
Exactly. Yes.
One more thing, Barrister Bankole. Yeah. I want you, if you don't mind, to make it clear so we can understand. If somebody apply for anything on immigration and you are denied, like we said, and they gave you that letter that expedite removal, so do you take the letter and lay low and keep quiet and make sure that you don't commit on any offense, or you go to a lawyer to appeal the decision? What do you do?
Well, there are different scenarios to about deny application. For example, let's take the scenario where you fail monilu, but you want to interview law that what they will deny it. In that situation, or I get later into something, you have 30 days like to just like Lawyer Sam said, it's a generic letter to man
for everybody.
Exactly. And there's still certain rights any 10-year bad law at some point they to filing on me. Usually the thing about file through marriage, don't deny it. Because I'm also phone become refile again and maybe get a second bite at the apple and see how things will go. Talk about to refile yeah, but later it's now null and it's now moot. Because once the renew system any to be where again. So any come back. So in that situation, you don't have to worry because you've refiled your application. Then to answer your question, I want to is there a likelihood only wá gbé wọn àbí wọ́n máa sọ pé kán wá sí court. It's possible because nísìnyí tó bá wo system wọn realize pé ẹni ìyá ti deny ẹ kò sí any application tó wà pending ó lè likely bó ṣe wà ń lù yìí. In that situation wọ́n lè issue wọ́n pè ní notice to appear wọ́n lè sọ fún ẹni yẹn pé ó ṣì wà ń lù yìí rí any application against it wá show up ní court. So the bottom line pé it's not enough pé kẹ́ni ẹ kàn jókòó kó má ṣe nǹkan kan because there's a likelihood pé at some point ó máa gba letter yẹn pé kó wá sí court kó answer so deportation judge tó o bá dẹ̀ show up ní court it's an automatic wọ́n pè ní absentia deportation order meaning that asọ́mi kó wá sí court kó wá gbọ́ ẹjọ́ pé o ti overstay o show up adájọ́ máa order deportation against ẹni yẹn and tó bá wá gbẹ̀ngbà yẹn kò sí àǹfààní court mọ́ ìgbà yẹn ni àwọn ọlọ́pàá máa summarily gbé lọ sí inú airport because adájọ́ ti sọ pé òkè máa lọ and that 10-year bar ó máa kick in such that wọn nílé wọlé mọ́. So it is in those scenarios ni wọ́n lè wá decide nǹkan fún wa gbólúwa ìkan wá gbé lọ sílé but ẹni tó bá deny bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kó lọ bá lawyer kókò má jókòó sójú kan to explore what other options tó ní in terms of either refiling or pursuing other petitions.
Ẹ ṣeun àlàyé yín yẹn ó dùn mọ́ mi nínú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ni wọ́n máa ń ṣe àṣìṣe yẹn wá ní wọ́n ti ní nígbà tí n bá ti dáná tí mi ò sì dáná màá jókòó jẹ́jẹ́ ni nígbà bá yẹ Ọlọ́run ó gbé bó ti ń ṣe dé Ọlọ́run ò lè gbé bó ti ń ṣe dé àfi tó bá rí amòfin. Thank you, sir.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ jẹ́ kí n ka mo fẹ́ make light of this situation sí mo lórí chat Dr. Oshiyemi wọ́n sọ wípé just don't open your door to anyone. He or she could be a criminal or a killer. Tired of this nonsense that even this clown, Baba ìwà láti Germany, illegal ni irọ́ bàbá. I just have to read it aloud.
I love that. Ẹ ṣé, thank you. Ẹ ṣé o.
Yeah, so Mr. Bakari, add to what has been said, and Mr. Sam, or can proceed to the next question.
Kakini yẹn tán because
Bàbá Gbọ́lá sọ pé ẹ ti ń bínú ni.
Ẹ ti ń bínú.
Wọ́n ní kí ni?
Ẹ ti ń bínú.
Ẹ̀ta ló ń bínú.
Because ẹ mọ̀ pé bí kíní yẹn ṣe lọ ó funny but it's such a ridiculous thing pé irú ìwọ tó jẹ́ pé immigrant illegal ló bí ẹ ló mú ẹ wá lù ìwọ náà ló ń ṣerú nǹkan. It is well. Yeah. So
before you proceed, Ms. Aki, just quickly, mo mọ̀ pé a lot of our people one man apply through marriage, right? Ibi táwọn èèyàn ti máa ń ṣe mistake ni bóyá tó máa lọ bá àwọn èèyàn tó ń ṣe àwọn marriage oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó láti wà wọ́n pe òfin náà ní section Immigration Nationality Act 204C ó sọ pé tí immigration bá determine pé marriage tí olúwa enter into it's a sham marriage
àgbélẹ̀rọ ni
ẹ ti gbà tán and báwo náà ṣe máa determine ẹ lọ fún interview ọjọ́ interview ẹ prepare ọjọ́ interview ẹ kó document dání wọ́n separate yín obìnrin pé ta ló ń jí ta ló ń kọ́kọ́ jí ìwọ sọ pé wọ ìyàwó sọ pé ó ti kílẹ̀ jẹ lánàá ó sọ pé rice ìyàwó sọ pé bà kí ni colour bed ẹ fi sùn ìyàwó sọ pé white wọ́n á conclude pé marriage yẹn is a sham marriage. Òfin INA section 204 yẹn wá sọ pé tó bá make that determination you are forever barred from getting your green card through any other means. So what tó bá sọ pé yes àwọn èèyàn wà on record what tó bá sọ pé mo fẹ́ jẹ́
ẹjọ́ ẹ pariwo
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń pariwo yẹn tí ń bá blọọkì yẹn
ẹjọ́ sá o.
Ìwọ tó bá sọ pé Jennifer ló file green card mi fún mi wọ́n dẹ̀ ti wá deny it based on that law mo dẹ̀ ti wá pàdé ìyàwó mi tí wàá fẹ́ fẹ́ǹsì yín o Níkẹ́ so America ni ṣé mo lè lọ fẹ́ o lè fẹ́ Níkẹ́ mọ́ òfin yẹn ti wá kicking nísìn tó sọ pé you're forever barred from getting your. So the idea behind the law is one try to dissuade àwọn èèyàn from those type of kidney. So you got the man so far in to be extremely very careful because you have only one bite at that. What about love interview and to prepare then ó kàn tọ́ra jẹ ni wọ́n béèrè pé ọmọlúwo ni wọ́n béèrè lọ́wọ́ American pé ọmọlúwo ni ọkọ ó sọ pé ó mọ̀ kí ni last name
Africa
Africa officer béèrè pé what part of Africa àbẹ́tẹ̀ wo ló ń sọ àbí tribe wo ni ó sọ pé ó mọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa ń jẹ́ kán conclude pé it's a sham marriage and once ọba ti determine ẹ̀ ó ti tán nìyẹn so ibi táwọn èèyàn láti wà very careful ni pé kò ń ṣe it's not even the marriage ló ṣe pàtàkì jù the preparation and making sure pé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tán need in terms of documentation and getting ready wọ́n invest enough effort and time into it so that ọba lọ wọn á lè ṣe dáadáa láwọn interview yẹn.
ẹ jọ kẹ́ tó lọ ń bẹ̀ ẹ má bínú Yèyé Lófin tí wọ́n gbé jáde kó tó di pé Trump wọlé tí wọ́n pè ní bava or something báwo ṣe báwà báwo yẹn ṣe ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú tẹ̀hún.
Sherry a máa ń gbọ́ àwọn èèyàn máa ń pè lórí báwà yẹn rẹpẹtẹ nǹkan tó dẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ understand ni pé wọ́n pè ní Violence Against Women's Act Biden ló pass law yẹn when he was senators and the law was designed pé ìwọ tó bá fẹ́ ọmọ lílù if along the line tọmọ lílù bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí abuse ẹ̀.
nítorí pé o fẹ́ gbàwé.
wọ́n kò ń ṣèwé nìkan.
pé ó ń bá gbé wọ́n jọ fẹ́ra wọn àbó tiẹ̀ ń bá gbé ọmọ onílùú wá ń ṣe àṣemáṣe láti máa nà án òun fúnra ẹ̀ kò níwèé níbí báyìí wọ́n gbé wá ní.
bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni mò ń sọ. ok ẹ ṣọlẹ̀.
So o fẹ́ ọmọ nílùú wá decide pé o fẹ́ máa oppress ẹ o fẹ́ máa abuse ẹ òfin yẹn sọ pé look as long as tí abuse ẹ bá ti wà o need láti jókòó pẹ̀lú ọmọ nílùú yẹn mọ́ o lè wá bá immigration ní pé o fẹ́ file on your own but there are strict requirements from VAWA àwọn èèyàn ọkàn keep a VAWA all over the place. There are two major things tí o láti observe. Number one òfin sọ pé you have to prove to them pé the marriage was entered into in good faith. Yes. Meaning that anything mo fẹ́ yìí mo fẹ́ tòótọ́ mo kàn fẹ́ nítorí green card ni how do you prove that wọ́n máa fẹ́ àwọn documentation tó ṣe ń pẹ́ ẹjọ́ gbé papọ̀ èmi ni lease èmi ni taxes èmi ni photo gbogbo ẹ̀ that's the first requirement. Then the second one èèyàn láti prove pé marriage I was a victim of some form of domestic abuse.
Yes.
Abuse there falls into two categories. There's a physical, there's emotional. Physical yẹn ló máa easy mo ti ná àwọn ọkùnrin tó ń pé ìyàwó wọn ti nà wọ́n. tó yẹ pé wọ́n á lọ ya picture wọ́n á lọ sí hospital wọ́n á gba record àti gbogbo wọ́n á fa restraining order against ìyàwó wọn irú situation bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó easy láti gba VAWA because number one wọ́n ní evidence nípa àwọn fẹ́ni tòótọ́ and then number two wọ́n ní proof of abuse yẹn so tí evidence yẹn ò bá sí ń bẹ̀ èèyàn kàn tọrọ àìjẹ ni because at some point wọ́n máa kọ lẹ́tà ń pé ó file VAWA akọ̀rin pé ó fill application ó dẹ̀ sọ pé ó kọ story kan tí ò ní nǹkan kan láti ṣe anything provide the proof pé you're a victim of abuse àti nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ téèyàn bá dẹ̀ lè now documentation yẹn wọ́n máa deny VAWA yẹn ultimately so nǹkan tí VAWA wà ń pa nìyẹn specifically for àwọn tó bá wà in an abusive relationship òfin yẹn sọ pé o lè yọ ẹsẹ̀ kúrò ní marriage yẹn tó lè file for green card yẹn by yourself.
ok ẹ wá tún gbà kan o tó bá jẹ́ wípé ẹni yẹn ò tiẹ̀ ń ṣe victim abuse tó jẹ́ pé iná ni ò wọ̀ mọ́ tí wọ́n wá kọra wọn sílẹ̀ wọn ò bóyá wọn tiẹ̀ tí dọ́dọ̀ èjìrè àbí wọ́n tiẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tí wọ́n ọmọ ìlú kan náà wọ́n ń fẹ́ra wọn wọ́n ń kọra wọn tó bá yẹ pé irú nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin tiwọn náà nìyẹn ǹjẹ́ ẹni yẹn ṣó lè fẹ́ ọkọ míì àbíyàwó míì.
ẹ má bínú o màmá Yusuf mo fẹ́ kẹ́ express ara yín better ẹni yẹn tá à ń sọ yìí o ṣé ẹni tó níwèé ń bí ni àbí tí ò níwèé.
kò níwèé níbí náà ni
ẹni tí ò
níwèé ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ká sọ pé Adé ó fẹ́ Jennifer lọ́mọ ilẹ̀ yìí Adé ò níwèé ṣùgbọ́n wọn tiẹ̀ tí ìwà dọ́dọ̀ àwọn tí ó fún wọn níwèé tí èdè wọn ò fi yéra wọn mọ́ tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jà Adé wá ní ó dà èmi ò fẹ́ ọmọ ǹjẹ́ Adé lè fẹ́ ọmọ onílùú míì.
ó lè fẹ́ náà.
Adé lè fẹ́ ọmọ onílùú mi the reason ni pé Adé ò tí file application number one Adé ò tí appear níwájú àwọn Èjìrẹ́ Adé wọn ò dẹ̀ tí question ẹ̀ ń pé ṣé marriage ṣe tòótọ́ ni wọn ò dẹ̀ tí fumble so in that situation òfin tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ nípa yẹn kò apply sí Adé lè lọ fẹ́ lómi
Okay.
Yeah.
And then even the emotional part yẹn barrister, mo mọ̀ pé à ń sọ̀rọ̀ at the federal level lélẹ̀. Ní state level, the judges now wọ́n ti ń kọ́ wọn in the sense láti lè screen fún the emotional and the psychological piece. Ṣé wọ́n pé ibẹ̀ yẹn lèmi ti ní kinní pẹ̀lú the women kinní tí mo ṣe. So wọ́n recognize pé ó lè má jẹ́ pé o lè ní ìwé láti ṣe bóyá ó gbẹ́ ẹ létí àbó fọ́ ẹ lójú àbó fi nǹkan kan ya ẹ́ tí èèyàn lè rí gbogbo the physical nature of the abuse ṣe mọ̀ nínú photo and all that. But tó bá yẹ pé the emotional and the psychological piece ó wà ńbẹ̀, the meat and potato ibẹ̀ ni wípé kéèyàn lè document that psychological and the emotional piece tó máa jẹ́ gbòǹgì tó máa jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn tán lè testify sí tán lè sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Nǹkan tí barrister Bankole kàn sọ ni wípé ó máa ń ṣòro láti lè mú wá, but téèyàn bá ní láti lè mú wá, ó mọ̀ òun náà máa ń carry weight, but the physical nature yẹn gan ló máa ń wà weightier and ló máa ń jẹ́ pé wọ́n ó friendlier at the federal level than àwọn state level. And of course, immigration is a federal issue. But at the state level, tó bá lọ sí court láti sọ fún wọn pé lágbájá yìí ó nà mí ò kíní kan o. So judge at that level, wọ́n lè read meaning into a lot of things ẹjọ́ tẹ́ ẹ rò gbogbo ẹ̀. So láti conclude pé you are an abused person. Tó má dẹ̀ ti adjudge yẹn, I believe based on that order, you can actually use it to file at the federal level. Abisa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ ń pè ní protective order nìyẹn. So
exactly.
Tí o bá lọ sí court ń pé I'm in an abusive relationship, ó lè má jẹ́ physical, but tí o bá lè prove ń pé ẹni yóò abuse mi o, àtàdájọ́ dẹ̀ reach decision yẹn, then you can use that order in addition to the other evidence of the relationship láti fi file fún VAWA yẹn. A máa ń náwó clients míì náà tó jẹ́ ń pé physical abuse ò sí ń bẹ̀, but emotional yẹn wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n á sọ fún mi pé ẹni yìí ó ń threaten mi lórí immigration paper mi ojoojúmọ́ ló ń sọ pé ó máa pèjì rẹ̀. In fact, financial abuse náà máa wà ń bẹ̀.
Yes, financial one wà
ń bẹ̀. Ń pé kinní kan nígà oríṣiríṣi orúkọ ló máa pè òun. Kò fọwọ́ kàn mí o, kò gbá mi létí o, kò tì mí o, kò ṣe nǹkan kan. But it is too much. Ń pé ó overwhelm me in that situation. Nǹkan tó máa ń sọ fún wọn gbà mí okay, bóyá kan lọ fún counseling. And then kọ́ lọ sọ fún counselor pé nǹkan báyìí ni mò ń go through. The reason that she might recommend it ni pé ultimately our counseling report yẹn ni immigration very that is for substantiating pé you are in an abusive relationship. Yẹn bá kọ letter péré pé ẹni ìgbà àtàwọn ìgbà mi immigration akọ letter sí wọn pé evidence pé ẹni yìí ó lọ get help dà. So that's why tó ń pé kán tó file vow ẹ̀ máa sọ pé tó bá jẹ́ ìwọ tó ń pé kò sí physical but emotional wà ń bẹ̀. Then lọ wá bóyá àwọn tó máa ń ṣe counseling kìíní kó lọ sọ fún counseling nǹkan tó ń go through so that a lè document gbogbo àwọn kìíní yẹn so that tó bá file vow at least wàá lè gbé sí so that wọ́n lè rí pé emotional yẹn wà ń bẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Okay, Mama Yusuf, any question?
Yeah, mo ti dúró báyìí ná.
Okay. Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ ká pe àwọn amòye ni àbí ká wo àwọn tí wọ́n ti mọ́wọ́ wọn sókè? In fact, bàbá Adéníran Adébóyè ọwọ́ wọn náà wà lókè. So bóyá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú bàbá.
Okay, èmi mo rò pé bóyá nǹkan kan wà bọ̀ kó tó di pé a lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn. Ṣó ṣeé ṣe kí àwọn amòfin wa kí wọ́n bá wa sọ pé à ń sọ pé ìbẹ̀rùbojo àti ẹ̀tọ́ kókó nǹkan tí ìpàdé ìdálé lórí nìyẹn. Kí ni ó yẹ kó bà wá lẹ́rù? Kí sì ni ẹ̀tọ́ wa? Tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn amòfin bá lè bá wa sọ, kí ló yẹ kó bà wá lẹ́rù? What are the things that should scare us? And what rights at any point, or whether they stop us, they mentioned a little bit about knocking the doors, but what rights do we have? Can all our lawyers talk about it?
Bakari, lawyer, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Huh?
Hello, Mama. Ẹ ṣé gan fún question yín. This
This is
issue
Lawyer
that,
Sam, right?
Yes, ma.
yes.
Okay.
There's this issue that might not come up in this conversation. I just want to bring it up a little bit before I go into the question proper. Last Sunday, U.S. Custom and Border Patrol, they changed their system regarding people that are coming back into the country with parole. So,
Parole.
yes, parole documents.
Can you explain to us briefly? A lot of people may not know what parole means.
Okay. Parole is a travel document that allows you to come back to United States after a brief travel overseas while your application is pending.
Okay.
Ẹlòmíì máa ń gba permission yẹn tí green card rẹ̀ ò tí ì jáde tá sáré travel tá wọlé padà. They call the document parole.
Mm-hmm.
So now there is a change in the way they process entry of parole.
Okay.
Now, this is for the information of our people. Tó bá ṣe fẹ́ travel on parole or tó bá wà ńta, tó bá ń bọ̀, tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ parole ló wà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Please pass the information across.
Okay.
Ní Sunday, wọ́n change the procedure yẹn. They are now evaluating the main case tí wọ́n fi gba parole yẹn, wọ́n ti evaluate ẹ̀ ń sìn báyìí. And then the officers tó at the borders, they don't have permission to allow you in. They have to seek the consent. Their supervisor is the one that will approve you to come in. Tẹ́lẹ̀ tó yẹ pé tí wọ́n bá ẹ má bínú mo sọ pé Yorùbá mi ò dánmọ́rán but.
No, ẹ wà good. À ń gbádùn yín. Ẹ ṣé.
So, maybe I should switch to English. In the time past, when you come in with a parole, they take you for a secondary inspection. They look through their computer and approve you in. But now it's beyond that. They now ask you questions. Let's say you file VAWA transfer. Now, they ask you question about the wife. They try to determine whether that marriage was legal, whether the procedure at which you got the parole was legal. So this is not what they do in the past, but they are beginning to do it now. If you are still married to that woman, they want you to give them that woman's number, to call that woman, to ascertain whether your marriage was a good one or not. So fún àwọn tó ní parole, kán máa ronú bí àwọn fẹ́ travel, àwọn tó dẹ̀ ti travel tó bá ń padà bọ̀, they should be more careful. As a matter of fact, they are beginning to ask at the border ridiculous questions, even from U.S. citizens. How did you get your citizenship? It's an obvious question, but they still ask because they have made them they have given them that enormous power now. So that is that. Regarding
So somebody with green card and you travel, you have your green card and you are coming in, they can ask you, how did you get your green card?
They are doing that now. It's not that they will not allow you in, but they throw questions at you. But if you are on a parole, they might not allow you in.
Wow.
I have 4 people that they have put in custody now. They ask them to withdraw the application for admittance. And if you say you are not withdrawing it, you don't want to go back to your country, somebody will kill you or harm you, they put you into custody. That started Sunday, not even Saturday, Sunday, last Sunday. So,
and barrister, fọ́ọ̀mù tán máa ń sọ wípé káwọn èèyàn tọwọ́ bọ̀ yẹn bá wa sọ fún wọn.
Well, tán bá ní kéèyàn tọwọ́ bọ dọ́kúmẹ́ǹtì kan ní airport, wọ́n fẹ́ kéèyàn withdraw application.
Because when you put in when you file VAWA or I-485, you are applying to be admitted to the United States. Ne? So when you sign that form, that means that you have withdrawn your application, so they can return you easily. So that is that. I don't want that to take much of our time, but
it's very important. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah.
the question that Mama asks is that what are our rights and what should we be afraid of? Àwọn àgbà lọ́yà ti sọ níwájú, wọ́n ti sọ, àwọn àgbà lọ́yà tó sọ, wọ́n ti sọ pé if you have an application pending with immigration and you have not committed any crime, there is nothing to be afraid of. This idea of má ṣílẹ̀kùn fún wọn, má dárúkọ ẹ̀ fún wọn gan, mi ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ taratara báyẹ̀. If you have an application, if you have a green card, if you are a US citizen or you have a pending application, tell them your name. If they ask you your name, tell them your name. They'll look it up and ask you to leave. The only person that can say, I will not tell you my name, is somebody who is in that category. Tonfe deport here. Somebody who have no standing at all. Yẹn ló mama beru.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà, irú wọn náà là ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́jọ́ yìí.
Wọn ò pọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ wa. Àwọn èèyàn
But
wa
ṣe
ò ń
mọ̀ pé
ṣe.
ní gbogbo àgbáyé náà ti ń gbọ́
Wọn
yín.
pọ̀ o.
Ní
Oníkùn ló
gbogbo
mọ̀ ká
àgbáyé
o.
náà ti ń gbọ́ yín sà. Ẹ má sọ pé wọn ò pọ̀, wọ́n pọ̀
Oníkùn ló mọ̀ ká. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan sọ fún mi pé òun àti ẹnìkan jọ ń gbé ilé. Àwọn ti jọ gbé ilé fún ọdún 11, òun ò sì mọ̀ pé kò níwèé. Oníkùn ló mọ̀ ká. Olókàn máa ń sọ pé òun ò fẹ́ travel. Ọjọ́ tí wọ́n bá gbé ló mọ̀ pé kò níwèé.
So kò sí nǹkan tí káwọn èèyàn, there's nothing our people should be, shouldn't be scared or afraid to go about their normal daily activity. As long as they have some form of identification with them and then they try to stay out of trouble. I think I would defer for now.
Okay.
Wọ́n bá béèrè orúkọ wọn, kí lorúkọ ẹ̀? Tinúadé.
Tí ẹ bá mọ̀ kó níwèé ni ẹni tí ò bá níwèé kọ́ mọ̀ sọ ọkọ rẹ o.
Wọn ò dẹ̀ ní, ìtorí ẹ̀ la ṣe ń sọ pé ẹni tí ò bá níwèé kó má ṣílẹ̀kùn. Ẹni tí ò bá dẹ̀ níwèé tán bá ti béèrè, tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé títì náà ti rí, kí lorúkọ ẹ̀? Tinúadé ni. Ṣùgbọ́n tán bá béèrè pé kí ni gbogbo orúkọ ẹ̀? Kí ni gbogbo orúkọ ẹ̀? Ni mo ṣe lè sọ pé Tinú Akínṣọlá ni mò ń jẹ́.
Ó dáa téèyàn ò bá níwèé, tí ò bá sọ orúkọ ẹ̀, kí náà máa ṣe fún un? Ó mọ̀ pé òun ò níwèé, kò sì sọ orúkọ ẹ̀, kí náà máa ṣe fún un?
Mi rò pé máa ṣe nǹkan kan fún ìgbà tí kò ń ṣe pé ó ti jalè, tí kò gbé nǹkan kan kò, wọn ò ní any warrant against him, wọn ò ní anything against him.
Nǹkan tí mò ń sọ ni pé Yorùbá máa ń ṣàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ká jọ ẹni tí wọ́n ń wá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
If somebody doesn't have a paper and he knows that he's an illegal alien, maybe he's been there he applied and he was denied, and they're actually looking for that person. So if the person refuses and say, I can't tell you anything until I see my lawyer, what are they going to do?
He has his right. That's
denied,
his right.
Deported.
The Constitution fún wa ní rights in America is all persons. It's not all US citizens. Everybody, all persons also nínú Constitution. Mo lè sọ pé I plead my fifth, mo lè má sọ̀rọ̀. Until the point tán bá fìwé hàn mí pé lágbájá yìí là ń wá bye. Ṣó ti yé yín? Ìtorí nǹkan tó wà ní that is the fear that is playing out in people's minds right now.
Yes.
Because a mọ̀ wípé ṣe mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní pé bí ìwọ bá ṣe rere, ara kì yóò háyà ọ̀bí. Èmi tí mo ti mọ̀ wípé ọwọ́ mi ò mọ́, bọ́n ṣe yé mo ti sáré ń kà. Àwọn yẹn là ń sọ fún sìn pé o nídìí láti sáré kà. Tán bá mú ẹ, tán bá sọ pé hey fún ẹ ńbo lẹ ń lọ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tán bá dẹ̀ béèrè question tí ò ń ṣe pé o lè dáhùn àbí tó fẹ́ dáhùn ó ní right láti sọ pé mi ì fẹ́ mi ì sọ̀rọ̀ àbí kó tiẹ̀ má sàn gangan kó dàbí olúndùn àbí ẹ̀yin baristas ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ gbọ́rọ̀ yìí lẹ́nu mi.
Ibi tá a wé ní kókó lélẹ́yìí.
Ẹ kálẹ́ mà o. Ẹ kálẹ́ mà o.
Ẹ kálẹ́ o ṣùgbọ́n ta ló fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn amòfin náà sì ń sọ̀rọ̀
wọ́n kò tí ì tó question and answer session.
Yes, orúkọ tèmi ni Ọlọ́runṣọlá Basọ̀run.
Yes sir.
Àti ẹ dákun ẹ fún wa ní ìṣẹ́jú kan ká parí pẹ̀lú
Mo ń bọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè question yẹn mo lè gbàgbé. Ẹ jẹ́ kí
ẹ kọ sórí chat sà ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Ẹ kọ sórí chat ó máa dojú.
Ẹ wò ó ṣe rí àwọn èèyàn bíi 5 wọ́n nawọ́ sókè ẹ má bínú bóyá nítorí àsọ rules forum yìí fún yín má bínú bí a ṣe máa ń ṣe lórí forum yìí ni wípé àwọn amòfin wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ béèrè question wọn àwọn amòye sorry ma àwọn amòye wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ béèrè question wọn lẹ́yìn táwọn tá fìwé pè tán bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ wọn tán so wọ́n á lè dáhùn ìbéèrè tí àwọn amòye tí wọ́n ní àní gbogbo táìmù yẹn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ní ìbéèrè ẹ ti fọwọ́ yín sókè ọwọ́ ẹ̀rọ ni like you can see some people have their hands raised to ask questions.
I agree with that.
Yes sir. So that is what we will be asking you to do sir. Ẹ má bínú before you know it will be your turn. Ẹ ṣé sir.
No problem.
Yeah, Mama Yusuf. Ẹ ṣọlẹ̀.
Mo rò pé mo ti.
Ẹ pé kí n pe bàbá Adébóyè, okay.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ go ahead ẹ pa àwọn amòye.
Bàbá, your own sir.
One comment and one question.
Yes sir.
Nígbà tí Barrister Bankole sọ pé wọ́n béèrè lọ́wọ́ tọkọ-tìyàwó kí lẹ jẹ lánàá kẹ́nìkan ló jẹ
ẹran síkì ni àwọn Ìbàdàn.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ kejì ìjọgbọ́n jàmàlà máa rò pé irọ́ ni wọ́n ń pa ẹ má béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi àmàlà ni mo jẹ lálẹ́ àná ìyàwó mi ò sì kí n jàmàlà ìyàwó mi ò dẹ̀ kí n jàmàlà.
Bó ṣé wọ́n mọ̀ pé jàmàlà. Ṣé màmá mọ̀ pé jẹ àmàlà?
Ó mọ̀ pé mo jẹ àmàlà.
Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀.
Pé àwọn tó ń interview wa tó ń interview àwa méjèèjì a lè má sí lójú kan náà kó sọ fún pé yes ìyẹn tàmàlà I ate such and such a thing. Nǹkan tí mo sọ ni pé ó possible kí answer tí wọ́n give yẹn wà correct we won't live together. For example mo fẹ́ràn oúnjẹ Yorùbá gan most of the time oúnjẹ Yorùbá ni mo máa ń jẹ lẹ́nu jẹ́ mẹ́ta ẹ̀ and then so contradiction tó wà níbẹ̀ yẹn how do you straighten it out or kí la máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa pé kí wọ́n make sure pé yes mo jẹ àmàlà ìyàwó mi dẹ̀ jẹ rice or something like that.
wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n bàbá ẹ má jà waste time wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n ṣe ń mú wọn.
Èmi ò rò pé fífi àsìkò ṣòfò ni mo rò pé nǹkan tí bàbá ń béèrè ni pé ṣé dandan ni kí ọkọ àti ìyàwó jọ jóúnjẹ kan náà. Àbí tó bá tiẹ̀ ṣe é ṣe tí màmá tí wọn ò ń ṣe ọmọ Ìbàdàn ọmọ Gbọ̀ngán tó jẹ́ pé báyìí kínní ni tí màmá bá sọ pé he ate something I don't know what it's called ṣẹ́ṣẹ́ nìyẹn.
ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀.
òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọbẹ̀ náà ń wá.
òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọbẹ̀
wọ́n ṣe mú wọn ẹ má wọrí sà.
lásìkò sí nǹkan ó yẹ ká wọ́rì ó yẹ ká túdí ìfín kókò ká túdí ìfín kókò bàbá kí ni kejì.
ní kejì ni ọ̀rọ̀ green card yẹn it's renewable. It used to be renewable every 5 years. I mean 10 years.
Ẹlòmíì ó gba 10 years bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
If you forget or omit.
Cardinal sin nìyẹn o bàbá. Forget again.
èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ forget tó tó yìí bàbá.
ẹ jáwọ́ àmọ̀ yóò
ẹ wò ẹ jẹ́
ẹjọ́
ọ̀fìlẹ̀.
ṣe lè gbàgbé ẹlẹ́ran ara ni wà náà.
ẹ jọ Galaxy ẹ mute ẹ jọ sà.
mo mẹni tó forget ẹrù ń bà ló jẹ́ kí.
mi ò mọ̀.
èmi tí ẹ̀mẹ́ tó gbàgbé débi pé ó lọ lé.
Forget forget
Mama Yusuf ẹ jẹ́ bá wa mute.
ó ti expire ó sì gbé ẹrù rẹ̀ ó ní òun lọ kí wọn ní gbọ̀ngàn bàbá kọ́ o. ìgbà tó délé tó kù ọ̀la tó máa gbéra padà ló ní ẹ gbọ́ kíní mímọ́ ti expire láti August September lélẹ̀ bó máa ṣe wọlé. ṣé yẹn ò ṣeé ṣe ni tí ìbáṣepọ̀ ayédáyé Trump.
ó dàbí pé èdè wà ń bẹ̀.
tó bá ṣayé Trump èdè ni.
èdè wà ń bẹ̀.
Well, forget Opono Meiji, Taban Songpa green card. Sherry, there are some people trying to pay tobacco file green card budget through marriage. And it thought for only 2-year green card, yeah. Right? 2-year green card, yeah, 10 years. Conditional green card. So if it's some pay about maybe 6 months before second anniversary green card, then one like to file, like about 10 years. Situation in your board of bagby. Àwọn fúnra wọn tẹ máa ń send reminders olúwa yín pé àsìkò ti tó láti apply for 10 years ẹ so ìyẹn láti make sure pé yẹn ò gbàgbé yẹn because tí yẹn bá gbàgbé ìyẹn náà máa sọ pé olúwa ti abandon ní green card ẹ completely. So that's one ìgbàgbé. The second one ni ẹni tó ti wá gba 10 years yẹn permanent yẹn tó jẹ́ pé ó wá gbàgbé láti renew. Ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ situation bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n penalize èèyàn tí yẹn tó ayé pé bóyá 10 years kọjá 2 years kọjá lẹ́yìn 10 years yẹn 1 year kọjá 2 years èèyàn gbàgbé láti renew. The moment yẹn bá ṣe remember kí wọ́n go ahead láti extend there. Situation bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n penalize èèyàn wọ́n máa extend there. Èyí tó wá lọ sílé tó wá rí green card then tó wá realize pé ó máa ti expire mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ kí ni fẹ́ ṣe. Well, that's a different situation. Ìgbà míì a máa recommend pé bóyá kó try láti tí airline bá ti lè jẹ́ kó board in the first place. Kó try láti wò bóyá.
Airline ò ní jẹ́ kán board o. Airline ò jẹ́ kán lo expired.
Kíní láti board then wọ́n máa láti apply fún another one. Bóyá wọ́n gba lawyer ń bí then wọ́n á coordinate bó ṣe máa sign our forms yẹn. Wọ́n á put application yẹn in. Tó bá ní information wọn on record wọn ní require kan lè ṣe biometrics mi. Wọ́n á kàn run all biometrics wọn and then tó bá everything bá wà okay wọ́n á issue green card yẹn. Lawyer àbí family member lè wá mail green card yẹn sí wọn lé so wọ́n á lè wá fi yẹn wọlé tó bá ń padà bọ̀.
ẹni tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí ó ti renew green card yẹn bí ẹ̀mẹ́rin. So kì í ṣe oní 2 year tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn.
Okay.
Ó dá mi lójú pé kì í ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe ni pé kó gbàgbé but tí ọ̀ràn bá ti dọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn tán tí wọn ò mọ tí kò pọ̀ jù fún wọn wọ́n á ti fún ẹni tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí ọdún kan ti lọ kó tó mọ̀ pé òun rí ní green card o.
Bàbá kí ló wá dé tó ṣe jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti ṣe bí ẹ̀mẹ́rin tí wọn ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ di citizen ṣé nǹkan kan wà ń bẹ̀ ni àbí barrister.
Kí ni citizen yẹn wà kó ń bá sọ̀m fún ẹlòmíín.
Nígbà tẹ́ ni wọ́n ti ṣe fún ẹ̀mẹ́rin ni because terms in between them lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́rin yẹn ó pọ̀.
Ó wà emotional fáwọn kan pé kí wọ́n ó di citizen.
Ayé ni ó dáa.
Ó wà very painful. Àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ò pọ̀ o. Ọ̀wọ́ wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
So I'm just saying, for example, where me mo ti wà níbí for 55 years mi ò lè di citizen láíláí kì í ṣe kó fi kẹsàn kò padà but kẹ́ wá sọ fún mi pé mi ò kì í ṣe citizen gbọ̀ngàn mọ́ ìrọ̀lẹ́ ń pa.
Wow, bàbá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo ti pàdé ẹnìkan náà bàbá tó sọ pé àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n tiẹ̀ máa ń kọ sínú ìbúra citizen yẹn ó máa ń ba òun nínú.
Ó ń bàyàn nú jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
For example èmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó máa ń dùn mí well, I've been in this condition now for years, since 1960.
Mm.
Pé ibi tí wọ́n bá ọ̀rọ̀ wa dé, àwa la máa bẹ̀ wọ́n kó fún wa láàyè láti mí. Kò sí gbogbo ilé ayé pátápátá àbí China rí gẹ́gẹ́ pé àwúlò fúnra wa, àwuyì fúnra wa. A tún wá máa bẹ̀ wọ́n pé ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ kí n di ara yín.
ọmọ ìlú yín
Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ di
ní a ti máa bẹ̀ wọ́n pé ẹ
ẹni
jẹ́
tí
kí n jọ ọmọ
báwo
ìlú
la ṣe
yín.
fẹ́ di ẹni tó wà equal to other human beings on the planet. Bá jẹ́ ṣe la máa sá káàkiri bí kìíní. Ohun tí ò jẹ́ kí n di citizen nìyẹn, and I've been here since 1969.
Jésù
Ó dẹ̀ ti
bàbá.
ṣiṣẹ́ oríṣiríṣi níbí yìí, oríṣiríṣi kọ́ iṣẹ́ tíṣà. Mo ti ṣiṣẹ́ níbí yìí, mo ti ṣe tíṣà Baltimore 1969-70. Mo lọ graduate school, mo gba PhD, mo ṣe professor, mo di chairman of department critical. Citizenship yẹn ó ti kó mi nira bíi. Kì í ṣe pé mo sọ pé àwọn tó ń ṣe pé wọn ò ronú jinlẹ̀ o. It's an emotional thing for me. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Anyway.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
But it's more
ọ̀rọ̀ tí
advantageous.
mo sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí, àbàtí máa jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ tá àbárí bákan náà.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá. Thank you for sharing, sir. Okay, so ṣé bàbá Bánkọ́lé ẹ jẹ́ ká travel lọ Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ o. Ó yá dádì ẹ béèrè question yín sir.
Owó ọkọ̀ nǹkan.
Owó ọkọ̀ wọ́n máa mú wá.
Wọ́n máa rìn lọ s'Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ni o.
Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ jìnnà kò ju káwọ mọ́tò lọ, ẹ má bínú, ẹ má wọrí. Madam Tinu, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Mo kí àwọn amòfin wa gbogbo lọ́jọ́ òní ọjọ́ òní gan ló yẹ kí wọ́n lọ fa wàhálà níta tó ráwọn amòfin pọ̀ ń lù kí wọ́n máa gbẹ̀rẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o gbogbo ẹ̀yin amòfin wa, mo kí yín, ẹ ṣeun gan. Ṣé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá sọ gbẹ̀yìn pé ọ̀rọ̀ citizenship wà emotional, ẹ má bínú fún ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ torí màá sọ àwọn dates kan tó ó lè máa dùn mẹ́lòmíì. Ìgbà táwa lọ sí school, torí mo lọ sí university ní New York, mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní 72. Ìgbà yẹn àwọn tá a dìjọ wá, àwọn míì ò lọ sí school, àwọn kan lọ sí school, àwọn yẹn ń ṣiṣẹ́, wọ́n dẹ̀ wáyàwó, wọ́n fẹ́yàwó. So àwa máa ń bú wọn pé báwo ló ṣe lè, so àwọn yẹn fẹ́yàwó, wọ́n fẹ́ gba citizenship, wọ́n wà ní process, a máa sọ pé báwo ló ṣe lè sọlé bàbá ẹ nù. Ohun tó wà lọ́kàn wa nìyẹn. So àwa tá a jẹ́ òmùgọ̀ tá a mùmú nígbà yẹn, a ò bí kí ó easy nígbà yẹn o. Ìgbà yẹn àwọn èjìrẹ́ ò mọ̀ pé èèyàn máa ń parọ́. So tẹ́ bá lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn, tẹ́ bá sọ pé nǹkan báyìí wọ́n ti gbà fún yín, wọ́n á sáìn ìwé yín ni. Tí ìwé yín bá dì ńgbà yẹn, tẹ́ bá ní ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú, kò sí bàbá mi nílé, tó bá padà sílé màá ní kán fi kíní evidence ránṣẹ́, ẹ bá mi ṣe. Kò sí wàhálà ńgbà yẹn, láyé ìgbà yẹn. Ó pẹ́ kan tó mọ̀ wípé ìgbà tán wá ń pè wọ́n sí interview, tán pọkọ síbi, tán pè àwò síbi náà, wá tó rí i pé irọ́ díẹ̀díẹ̀ pé àwọn ará bíi náà máa ń parọ́, wọn à believe pa máa ń parọ́ ńgbà yẹn. And again, pé èèyàn gba citizenship ńgbà yẹn, àwa kan fi pé our patriotic, our loyal to the country, pé ilé lábọ̀ sí mi oko, pé sọ lẹ́nu. Àwa yẹn lèmi máa sọ pé amòmú ńgbà yẹn, torí gbogbo wa tá a lọ lé ńgbà yẹn padà wá. Gbogbo wa la padà. So àwọn tó dúró ń bí tí ò lọ lé, àwọn míì tó níwèé nú wọn ti gòkè. Ṣé mọ̀ táwọn ò ṣe wàhálà pé a ṣe lọ sílé, àwọn ti gòkè, wọ́n ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Wọ́n ti ní tó yẹ kí Amẹ́ríkà ní oríṣiríṣi tá a ṣètò wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ after so many years of sojourn ní Nàìjíríà. So ẹni tó bá sọ pé òun ṣe citizen, èmi ò rí bá a ṣe lè bá wọn wí. Ní tó bá kálukú ni kó ṣe, ní tó bá tẹ́ kálukú lọ́rùn ló lè ṣe. So ó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe máa sọ. So bẹ̀rẹ̀ máa wá.
Torí pé pàápàá jùlọ bàbá, wọn ò mú citizenship ní dandan fún yàn.
Kò ń ṣe dandan. Kò ń ṣe dandan fún yàn. Mo fẹ́ bèrè pé téèyàn bá ní green card tó bá ń gbé ta, kí ni implication ẹ̀? O ní green card, o ń gbé ta. Ká sọ pé irú èmi báyìí mo ní green card, bẹ̀ Canada mo ń gbé. Kí ni implication ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú green card yẹn? Ṣé òfin wà pé mo gbọ́dọ̀ máa lọ síbẹ̀ àbí mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa lọ síbẹ̀? Ṣé ó lè godó? ṣe mọ̀ tán ní pé kí nǹkan gbodó
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ẹ̀yin lọ́ọ̀yà wa mi mọ̀ bóyá Yorùbá
Okay, yeah, ó yé wa, Barrister Bakare, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jump in.
Mr. Bakare.
Most of the time, in fact, green card, téèyàn bá ní green card, you are not expected to be out of the United States for more than 6 months. And if you have any cause to be out of the United States for more than 6 months, ẹ ní láti béèrè fún advance parole to that effect by making some kind of application that will enable you to come back after exceeding 6 months. And if you have a green card and you spend more than 1 year, then it is assumed that you have abandoned your green card and you may not be allowed to come back to the United States. A lot of times, if you exceed 1 year, let me say sometime, if you exceed 1 year and you are coming in, sometime at the border, wọ́n lè gba green card èèyàn, wọ́n á dẹ̀ serve any notice to appear, in which case the immigration judge will determine whether or not you are to forfeit that green card. Sometimes and it has happened to one of my clients, tó jẹ́ pé màmá ẹ̀ ó travel out of the United States.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ gba green card there at the port of entry because she spent about 2 years out of the United States. So the green card was still valid. So they allowed her in, they seized the green card, and they said that they were going to serve her with a notice to appear. After about 7 months, nígbà tí wọ́n serve any notice to appear, mo kàn advise ẹ pé kó apply fún another green card. Ó dẹ̀ apply fún, ó dẹ̀ wà lucky, wọ́n dẹ̀ fún. So better advise her to.
Sorry, sir. Ṣé replacement lẹ́ni kó apply fún àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni replacement ni.
Okay.
Tí kì í pé ó sọnù. Mo ní kó sọ pé, but I called the Custom and Border Protection, and they could not even locate the file. They couldn't find which officer, took her green card and all that. So since there was no record of it, I just asked her to apply. So
FOIA lẹ ṣe yẹn o, àbí?
No, mo pè wọ́n ní o.
Okay.
Mo pè wọ́n ní. Sometimes, they work hand in hand with USCIS. Sometimes even tí èèyàn bá exceed the traveling out of the US, sometimes wọ́n máa gba green card èèyàn pàápàá, wọ́n á dẹ̀ ní kéèyàn tún padà wá on so and so time for no reason or for whatever reason. They have so much even power tí wọ́n ní. Sometimes they try to to assert it. But the advice I would give is that if you have a green card, it's not advisable to leave the United States for a period of more than 6 months at a time, and especially if you want to become a US citizen, because there is a minimum period of time that you have to spend in the United States before you can apply to be citizen of the United States. So if you exceed that minimum time, you may not be given your N400 may not be approved, because your stay in the United States has to be continuous for a period of time that is stipulated by. So the basic thing is that if you want to live in Canada, then it's better you hold on to Canada. Or the alternative thing is that you should be patient and be a citizen. If you are a citizen, then you have the blue passport. Then even if you are out of the United States for 5 years, anytime you come, they say welcome back.
Bẹ́ẹ̀
Nobody is going
from
to
home.
stop you from entry. So
èmi ló
that's
kàn o.
the thing that I have to say.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, a ní àwọn bíi méjì níwájú yín, ṣùgbọ́n kó tó dìgbà yẹn, mo máa fẹ́ ká pe Dr. Bíyì Oyèfúlẹ̀ because àwọn náà wọ́n wà lára àwọn amòye tó máa wà lórí ìjókòó ní Yorùbá Gbòde. So, Dr. Oyèfúlẹ̀.
Yeah, ẹ ṣé gan barrister.
Yes, sir.
Ṣé ẹ rí mi àbí?
À ń rí yín sà, à ń rí yín sà. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa mute Ṣónúbí Màmá Yusuf.
Me ní so much comment to make other than thank you lady and gentlemen fún ẹ̀kọ́ ńlá tá a kọ́ lénìí. Èmi náà mo máa give a speech on the trauma associated with deportation. So
Yes, sir.
I'll just limit my statement to this. But mo fẹ́ add kíní kan real quickly.
Yes, sir.
Mo appreciate nǹkan tí bàbá sọ. I remember Baba came in 69. I came 2 years later in 71.
Ọmọ ọdún mélòó ni mí gbà yẹn?
Mo rántí pé àwọn ọmọ tó lọ ń gba green card yẹn, a máa ń fi wọ́n ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ ni. Ní Howard, tó lọ gba green card. Kí ló fẹ́ fi green card ṣe? Ò ní padà lọ́ọ́lé ni. Especially those days, I'm not sure if Baba remembers, he will. Tẹ́ bá ti ní student visa. After 2 years, the immigration man call letter saying, dear so and so, you have been in our country for 2 years and we understand you're a very good student. Wouldn't you apply for your green card? Yes. So that you can eventually become a citizen and be one of us.
Nígbà ayé nà mí nọlẹ̀.
Some people here, if you mind share, we laugh at it. But Èkó yá o, tí n bá ṣe tán Anyway, so back to you, Ìyá Mo.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n supplement yẹn fún ìṣẹ́jú kan.
Yes, sir.
I came here in 69 as a J1 visa, J1. I was hired to teach high school in Baltimore on a teacher ambassador program. Shengbomi.
Sir.
After I experienced the program in the United States, they said I did extremely well, but the point of the matter, nínú ara mi mo mọ̀ pé nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe sí àwọn èèyàn lẹ́yìn, àwọn dúdú lẹ́yìn, ó bà mí lẹ́rù. I decided to go to grad school. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti gbà mí ní Indiana University Bloomington kí n tó wá sí US rárá. So ọdún kan tí mo fi ṣe teacher in Baltimore yẹn, mo mọ̀ pé mo fi kẹ́wọ́ ni kí n lè bá lọ sí Indiana. Ìgbà yẹn ni wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ fún mi pé there's another school here tó wà good, Johns Hopkins, pé mo lè lọ síbẹ̀, ibẹ̀ ni mo lọ. To cut a long story short, ó di ọ̀rọ̀ Hopkins gbà mí, mo wá sọ fún wọn pé mo ní J1 visa. J1 visa ayé ìjọ́hun tó o bá ti parí program tí wọ́n gbé wọlé fún, o gbọ́dọ̀ padà lọ sí country ẹ. Báwo ni mo ṣe wá lè padà lọ sí Nàìjíríà ní 1970 tí mo sọ pé mo fẹ́ lọ sí graduate school? So ìgbà tí Hopkins gbà mí tí wọ́n fún mi ní oríṣiríṣi nǹkan, mo wá sọ fún wọn pé J1 visa ni mo ní. Èmi ò mọ̀ pé I was wishful thinking. They said, who sponsored you? Mo ní school for international training in Brattleboro. Wọ́n bá gbé fóònù, wọ́n bá pe Brattleboro, wọ́n ní kí Brattleboro release mi fún Hopkins. Ẹgbẹ́ kan easy nígbà yẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So lójú tèmi àti jọra wa lójú pé yes, I need láti compromise anything. Àwọn tó bá ń wá wa káwọn náà struggle. I mean, we had a discussion on the day. 2 days later, they called me and said Brattleboro has released me to Hopkins. Shengbomi. Now, ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa gba green card, mi ò gbéyàwó láti gba green card. That's why mi ò gbéyàwó láti di citizen. But several years, 71 ni mo gbéyàwó, 76 tí mo ti ṣiṣẹ́ ní Washington. Mo wá ni ìyàwó mi àti bímọ méjì ìkẹta ń bọ̀ lójú ọ̀nà mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ lọlé kì í dẹ̀ ṣe pé mo fẹ́ lọlé yìí voluntarily ọmọ kan tára rẹ̀ ò yá nílé ni màmá sọ pé kí wọ́n á bá òun wọ́nà tá a fi máa gbé dọ́dọ̀ doctor being the oldest child and much older than the others so òun mo wá fẹ́ lọlé that's why they gave me a parole mo ti apply fún green card for marriage not for employment kí n tó lọlé all I'm saying all of this for ni pé gbogbo opportunity láti di citizen
wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó wà ń bẹ̀ ọmọ mi ń ṣe professor ní Connecticut ìkan ṣe iṣẹ́ ní New York gbáwo ìyẹn kọ́ ni wàhálà ẹ lè ṣe tó bá wù yí as citizen èmi ò kì í ṣe èmi ni bàbá yìí bọ̀ mi ò kì í ṣara yín so àwọn kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn and I want us to always put that into perspective bó ti wulẹ̀ wà no matter how few they are not so much to praise them or salute them or blame them but to know the various conditions of mind tá à ń gbé káàkiri.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Not the same proportion but at least ó wà ń bẹ̀. Maybe that will even be an inspiration for the next thing I'm going to say when I have a chance.
Bàbá ẹ sọ ní ìsìnjọ́ tá a bá rí ibi ni bí ń wọlé.
Ọ̀dà. Sir Walter Scott wrote a poem a long time ago. Only breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself has said, "This is my home, my native land." Ó ṣáà ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ, ó ní, and he has not paid attention to stopping to wander on foreign strand. Ṣé the idea citizenship àti nationality maybe it's a brainwashing of some type tí mo ti imbibe since 1960 mi ò rò pé ó yẹ ká máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara wa pé níbo là ń bá eléyìí lọ. A máa rán ọmọ lọ sí school ìyá rẹ̀ á forí yágbó lọ sí gbù á ra kòkó á rè kùrọ̀ á tà ní gbọ̀ngàn á fi sanwó school government college á ṣe gbá ṣàwo á tún lọ sí UI á wá jáde tán pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìnáwó wa pẹ̀lú gbogbo wàhálà wa á jápa. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń jápa yìí àwọn tí ìgbà wúlò fún wa nílé ni tó bá jẹ́ pé ètò ìjọba wa àti oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tá à ń gbẹ́kẹ̀lé tó bá bọ́ sí kòǹgẹ́ wọn kò bọ́ sí kòǹgẹ́. So mi ò fẹ́ pa ẹnìkan lẹ́kún níbí yìí. I lost a child 4 years ago. I mean, not 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
He was 50. He asked me when he was about 10. Only Daddy, why do you think that Africans should be respected? I mean, this is a brilliant kid, though. He got to grad school to study mathematics at age 18. So kì í ṣe ọmọ tó yájú, ó kàn ronú ni. Mo ní, why the question? Only when you go to the meetings of your people, and I go with you, some of them are answering names like Arabic. Some of them are answering names like Europeans. Some of them speak English better than the English person. Some of them even apologize for not being able to speak Yoruba. Only you worship their God, you wear their dress, you do this, you do that. The only thing I can see is that you are literally shadows of Arabs and Europeans. Why do you think a shadow has to be respected?
Oh my God.
By the non-shadow.
It's deep.
Now, I mean, how much thinking, how much experience, and all of that stuff. Although but the point I'm making is conscience jiggle. If I didn't already have a mindset pé mi ò ní ever compromise torí nationality mi. Nígbà tó ọmọ téèyàn bí tó wá ń sọ irú nǹkan báwọn yẹn fún yàn. Ṣé rí pé ó yẹ kéèyàn ronú bí ò tiẹ̀ nìkan mi ṣe? And I beg to stop there. I want to thank everybody. I've learned from all of you. And these things should be aired. But I want us to ask this question. Ibo là ń bá yìí lọ? Are we struggling?
Ẹ ti fàparí iṣu hàn wá o.
Ẹyẹ wọ́n fàparí iṣu hàn wá. Bó o tiẹ̀ fàparí iṣu hàn wá, ó yẹ káwa náà ti rí àparí iṣu yẹn pé a lè mọ grow up ká sọ pé a fẹ́ràn ilé wa.
A sì gbé bẹ̀.
Tá a gbé bẹ̀. Wọ́n bá sì ní àǹfààní tá à ń ṣe bí òjì ká máa fowó ránṣẹ́ sílé lọ. A ní control influence kankan lórí ìjọba to govern better. Ibo là ń bá a lọ? The fundamental question for me is níbo là ń bá a lọ? I was in Switzerland in 2001 or 2, I don't remember, to found ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá Europe. I did this, I did that. Ibo là ń bá a lọ? Torí tí tá a bá ti ń ṣe ẹrú fún Gẹ̀ẹ́sì for more than 400 years, tá a ṣe fún Arab for more than 1,000 years, tí ilé wa rí bó ṣe rí, tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ sílé kan, tá à ń gba kọ́bọ̀ locally and globally, ibo là ń bá a lọ? Tá a tó wá ń struggle pé báwo la ṣe ní lé wa ńlẹ̀. I mean, I'm not rendering any judgment at all. I'm not qualified. I'm inviting some thinking.
Ẹ ṣé sà, ẹ ṣé bàbá.
So èmi ló kàn sí
Ọgbọ́n yín ò
àbí?
ní jọba. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí ẹ pẹ́ fún wa. Àgbà yín á dalẹ́. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ nílò ní ìbànújẹ́ mọ́ àbí nínú àárẹ̀. Lórúkọ
Àmín.
Jésù.
Àmín.
A máa rí yín bá. Àgbà rere bíi tiyín kò ní tán lórílẹ̀. Lórúkọ
Àmín.
Olúwa Ọlọ́run alágbára. Mo fẹ́ pe bàbá, mo mọ̀ pé ẹ provoke thoughts wa. So question yìí màá reserve ẹ̀ also fún Dr. Oyefule. Mo mọ̀ pé tán bá ti nínú presentations wọn, irú nǹkan báyìí máa jáde níbẹ̀. So but for now màá lọ sórí àwọn tí wọ́n nawọ́ sókè láti lè béèrè question tó dá lórí immigration àti one of the major reasons tá a ṣe wà ń bí báyìí. Ẹni tó ní God with us
Èmi ló kàn
fún
náà.
Mo wà bí
ẹ̀yin
báyìí
kọ́
o.
sà, Anthony sà.
Okay.
Ẹni kẹta ni yín lórí fọ́nrán bí bó ṣe appear sà. So lẹ́yìn ẹni tó ní God with us yẹn, Ọ̀túnba ló tún kàn. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, ẹni tó ní God with us, sir or madam, ẹ jọ̀ọ́
Ẹ káalẹ́ o.
ṣé a lè rojú yín?
No, this time now. I'm sorry.
Okay sà, ẹ sọ orúkọ yín fún wa.
Emmanuel Òní ni orúkọ mi.
Okay sà.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni for this program. Mo ní the first one, bóyá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó wà lórí ètò yìí wọ́n ti lè rí. There was a circulation of a article or letter or something like that. Somebody tó wá láti Côte d'Ivoire tó ń pè ní Ivory Coast tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀, that she came to she went home and came back, but at the point of entry, she's a citizen. Ó lo passport to Côte d'Ivoire láti jáde. lọ sí Côte d'Ivoire. Then coming back, ó wá fẹ́ present the American passport. They said that the passport was confiscated because the officer said that she doesn't need it. Wọ́n dẹ̀ return rẹ̀ padà. So I don't know if anybody have heard that story.
Passport wo ni wọ́n return padà?
Oh no, they seized the American passport and gave her the Côte d'Ivoire passport.
So how did show wọlé?
No. They deported her back.
Báwo nìyẹn ṣe lè jẹ́ òótọ́, ẹ̀yin amòfin ẹ gbà wá o?
Well, there was a follow-up lórí yẹn, ẹni tó send here. I guess they did further research that the Côte d'Ivoire, they don't allow dual citizenship.
Exactly.
With the United States.
Oh.
So as a result of that, she couldn't use that because irú àwa báyìí, Nigerians, we purported to have dual citizenship. Mo rántí ìgbà tèmi ṣe tèmi, my lawyer told me that American citizenship supersedes Nigerian citizenship. So it's at a discretion, according to him. I remember it was Babangida, because at that time, Babangida even said that we were not going to be allowed. But it was eventually passed that we would be allowed. So anyways, that's my take on that. Maybe can show the other thing to relate to this.
Okay.
Ẹ tètè ṣe fún wa torí ọwọ́ pọ̀ lókè àti pé ilẹ̀ ti ṣú.
Yes, I hope people will benefit from this.
Okay,
if somebody is deported, because some of them, let's say they round them up, and from where they round them up, they find themselves in their country. What happened to their assets in the country that they deported them from?
Baristas, asset as in nǹkan tán ní níbí.
Yes.
Àbí
for example,
personal asset as
everything.
Àti tó wà ní báǹkì àti tó wà ní ilé nǹkan.
Correct.
Okay, lawyers, sirs.
I mean, from a personal, I think everybody's situation has to be treated on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
That's my thought process in answer to that. For example, Nile, tí kò dẹ̀ tí sanwó lé tán and now is deported and defaults on the mortgage, ultimately the bank will take the steps to foreclose on the property and retake that home. Èyí tó bá jẹ́ pé ó ní bóyá savings, or anything, I mean, it's between that person and the bank. If wọ́n deport olúwa èèyàn dẹ̀ mean pé owó tó olúwa ẹ̀ ní èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ní access sí. So you can always reach out to your bank at some point and figure out a way to either keep the account or close it out, or give somebody the authority to go ahead and take possession of whatever funds you have and have it transferred to you. So it's on a case by case basis.
Then, okay.
So how about nípa ti dual citizenship just for affirmation?
I think you've answered the question. You're right. There's reciprocity between America and certain countries that says that if in turn, don't allow Americans that. So Nigeria, you're right. Nigeria is one of those countries. Every country not allow dual citizenship, but we're lucky that Nigeria is one of them. And so in this case, it would seem to me that Ivory Coast at the most, American passport. But you're right. Maybe the woman, whoever it is, was trying to be smart with the system. Or they could no more, but Ivory Coast or wherever country she's from, could a Ivorian passport and travel because could see that reciprocity or that agreement be between the America and that country to Timbo. In that situation, she should have given up the Ivorian passport and traveled with the American passport to Ivory Coast, obtain a visa to get the Ivorian kidney and then return to it. So they're essentially enforcing the law in that regard, but I think it might have gone to an extreme at the most from the American, because she's still a citizen for all intent and purpose. I don't think they have the right unilaterally take her passport away. The process of taking away citizenship is a very complicated process. You literally have to go to federal court and prove, certain requirements, a very high bar to take someone's citizenship away. So the whole story, it looks a little bit iffy. So Tobag Baloya, maybe they'll be able to fight to reinstate her passport back to her.
Okay.
Yes.
Plus, barrister is more than meet the eye. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan làwọn èèyàn máa ń sọ síta fún yàn. So unless you are really in there, you really don't know. So ẹ ṣé sà tẹ fi bring irú nǹkan ẹ̀ sí attention wa.
ṣùgbọ́n ẹ dákun yèyé lófin ṣé ó possible kí a gba àwọn èèyàn wa nímọ̀ràn pé kí wọ́n má tiẹ̀ mú pásítọ̀tì orílẹ̀-èdè méjì.
Àwọn èèyàn ti wà ní Nàìjíríà.
Ó wà okay wọ́n lè continue láti máa lò ó òfin ìlú ìgbà wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ táńgò òfin ò gbà ní agbọ́n yẹn but ó dàgbà Ivory Coast òfin Ivory Coast àti America kò gbà nígbà ìwọ tó bá jẹ́ Ivory Coast tó wá the citizen o láti relinquish Ivorian citizen but as far as Nigeria is concerned that law òfin yẹn gbà nígbà ká jẹ́ dual citizens.
Okay, ẹ ṣé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni so mo máa pe Ọ̀túnba Oseni bàbá wa láti London wọ́n wá pè wọ́n pé kán béèrè question wọn so tẹ́ bá ti béèrè Ọ̀túnba lẹ́yìn yín màá fẹ́ ká pe Dr. Oyefulẹ̀ nítorí wọ́n ní nǹkan kan tó ṣe pàtàkì tí wọ́n ti wà committed to.
Okay.
So wọ́n máa fẹ́ kàn ṣe presentations wọn nínú bẹ̀ wọ́n á fi lè dáhùn questions yín náà nǹkan kan so ẹ ṣeun Ọ̀túnba.
ẹ ṣe máa ṣe pápápá let me start with my observation with the last issue of dual citizenship. Number one èmi gangan 1970 ni mo ti wọ̀ lóyìnbó so àrùn oríṣiríṣi tá a ti rí yẹ ká mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn wa traditionally gẹ́gẹ́ bí gbogbo àwọn amòfin ṣe sọ àwọn use mọ́ rule of law use mọ́ anything use mọ́ tó wá ti gbófin lọ whether Sierra Leone ti wá ní Congo ní ọkàn and in most cases so máa affect behaviour so and oríṣiríṣi ní tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ń gbà míì ìta fọwọ́ ara wa fà because use mọ́ ká máa comply ṣe yẹn sì bá mi ṣe Ọlọ́run bá mi ṣe nǹkan kan Olúwa gbàdúrà all that kind of thing so dual citizenship ó ní advantage ó dẹ̀ ní disadvantage irú UK ń bí once you leave UK with your Nigerian passport ẹ bá ti dẹ́kọ̀ òfin Nàìjíríà ló ń tí nǹkan kan wá ṣe ọ̀tá yín gangan ẹ bá jẹ́ pé 10 Downing Street lẹ́ ń gbé sílẹ̀ níbí wọ́n lè má rí àwọn ọmọ yín so if somebody like me I've traveled a couple of times to Nigeria tí mo gba visa wọn náà torí nǹkan tó ń bà mí lẹ́rù pọ̀ so tí nǹkan mo rẹ̀ ti register again not that pé bóyá I feel cheap or anything but mo believe pé if you want to have a full protection of American citizens tẹ́ bá lọ sílé pẹ̀lú ẹ gba visa mi wàá mọ̀ bóyá visa free ní Nigeria America I don't know but mo pé as per the time tí mi lọ last is a UK Nigeria there is a visa requirement so but I use more like I believe as a dual citizen ẹlòmíì ò mọ̀ tó mọ̀ so and I tell people you need to understand that kì í ṣọ̀fẹ́ now the other thing tí mo fẹ́ sáré contribute sí gbogbo nǹkan táwọn àwọn alàgbà lawyers ti sọ ni pé gbogbo nǹkan tí ó yẹ ká máa fi ṣe oríire ní Áfíríkà òun la máa fi ń ṣe oríire bákan bákan tẹ́ bá wádìí immigration nígbà tó yí tá a kọ immigration is another big source of making money it's also only more or less the one of few laws take one politicize politics on the immigration ju any other thing so ẹni tí ò bá dẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ́ ṣe ń ṣe kínní yẹn á kàn fall victim àwọn àyòmọ̀kan ìwà wa òun ni so I want to appreciate everybody I want to thank all our lawyers so far so good so mo dúpẹ́ that's just my short contribution to it.
ẹ ṣe sà Ọ̀túnba ṣe rí kí n tètè sọ kínní torí nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ ní gbogbo ìlú, immigration is one of the greatest milk
Yes.
making machines
Oh,
ṣẹmọ
yes. Oh, yes.
fún àwọn ìjọba,
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣùgbọ́n ó wá ṣeni láàánú wípé àwọn táwa fi sílẹ̀ ńlé, àwọn ta ní kán máa darí wa ní ìlú wa, gbogbo nǹkan a sọ pé òkè òyìnbó dé o, ó wá kó wa lẹ́rú, òyìnbó dé o, ó wá jí nǹkan wa nínú ilẹ̀ wa o. Àwọn tí ò wá ń ṣòyìnbó á wá ṣílẹ̀kùn gbayau, so wọ́n lè dé, àní wò yẹ̀ wọ́n wò, àní mọ ibi tán ti ń bọ̀, àní mọ irú nǹkan tán mú wá.
Neocolonialism.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àní mọ ohun tán mú wá, àní mọ ibi tán ń lọ, àní mọ kí ná wá ṣe nílùú wa, á ṣílẹ̀kùn gbayau. Èyí tó yẹ ká tún fi gba owó lọ́wọ́ wọn, àní gbà á, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n tún wá lè turn around láti lè máa pa àwọn èèyàn wa, láti lè máa bá àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ fipá bá wọn sùn, láti lè máa lọ jẹ irè oko àwọn farmers tí wọ́n ti pín nǹkan, ṣe mọ̀ gbogbo irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, àwa ń ṣe bíi akótilétà.
Mo fún àtọmọdé lẹ́nu, mo mọ àwọn èèyàn méjì kan bíi tó yẹ pé àwọn èèyàn ńláńlá gidigba gangan ni wọ́n, tí principal wọn, ìyàwó principal wọn, ó lò 52 years kó tó fún ní citizenship. Can you imagine the amount of money tí irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yẹ kí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbà táwa settled? Àwọn méjì yẹn náà wà bí olórí àgbààgbà ni wọ́n.
We thank God. It is well. Okay, ní báyìí màá pe mo ní barrister Dr. Oyefule. Ó dà pé a máa fi barrister sí sẹ́yìn orúkọ yín, ẹ máa fi dá yín lọ́lá o.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ìyá mòfin, yèyé mòfin, ẹ ṣe
Yes,
gan.
sir.
Yeah. Well, mo máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa trauma tó wà incidental to deportation. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kí n tó sọ, mo rò pé one of the learned men tó ń sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n sọ nípa kinní kan, but mo ti ní idea pé tí wọ́n bá sọ to the point tí mo rò pé ó máa táwọn èèyàn máa lè understand it, I will make a few points nípa ẹ̀. And the point is, a wà ní era of deportation bá ti wà yìí, starting from 2014, láti wà ní era of deportation. And a gbọ́dọ̀ also understand ni pé Obama, during the 8 years tó wà ní àléfà, he deported 3 million aliens. Biden, during his 4 years, no, he didn't do much different. He actually, in the year 2024, to Kojayi, Biden deported 271,484 people out of the United States. So, and that number happens to be the highest number of deportation since 2014. So, mo kàn fẹ́ ká mọ̀ ní pé ìgbà Trump yìí nìkan kọ́ ni deportation ní jẹ́ kínní. In fact, both Obama àti Biden, the rate of deportation tí wọ́n preside over as a president, that is, ó ju eléyìí tí Biden ṣe lọ, rate wise ni mo ń sọ, and overall number wise, rate per year and overall number ó jù lọ. Now, kì í ṣe pé nítorí pé Trump, kì í ṣe pé nítorí pé kò mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe ń gbà yẹn, ó wù ú láti ṣe, but the system were not in place. But during the Obama's time, Biden's time, that system has been put in place. Mo fẹ́ ká rántí yẹn. And there are many, àwọn èèyàn ní pé there are about 3-4 ways, 3 or 4 mechanisms of fi ṣe. Wọ́n ní pé 2 laws were passed in 1996 to one, eliminate judicial review. Another one, expansion of the felony, the felony act. Nǹkan tí felony act yẹn mean ni pé, ó dà pé having I just lost my video. I'm back. Felony Act yẹn wọ́n enact it since 2014 ni o. I think one of them was actually enacted um, um, before 2014, 1996 no enact one. So by the time tí Obama ṣe ti tó put it in place tó ń lò tí Biden náà tún lò during those time it has been fine-tuned to such a point tó yẹ pé ìgbà tí Biden ìgbà tí Trump wá dé sí that process has been very very much fine-tuned ó dẹ̀ máa wà easier fún láti lè lò against àwọn èèyàn tó fẹ́ lò against ẹ̀. And bí mo sọ wọ́n ní pé there's an expansion of this so-called felony tó make àwọn èèyàn into felonies into felons which prior to the implementation of these things one felon for instance simple an alien accused of simple battery theft regular theft mo rò pé one of our lawyers sọ pé kí nǹkan lọ jí nǹkan ní Walmart. Exactly. So theft, simple theft, filing a false income tax, failure to income tax return, failure to appear in court, lásán. If you're an alien, you'll be in trouble. And these laws, in a way, applies to aliens more than regular American citizens. Another way tó tún fi fine tune.
Sorry sir, bàbá bí ṣé illegal aliens lẹ sọ pé apply sí ni àbí any alien ìbá níwèé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú.
Any alien ni.
Any alien ni.
Tó bá mú tán tó bá rí pé kò níwèé then the deportation proceedings can then start.
No.
Yeah, but we will apply per se to the regular American citizens. And àwọn amòfin tó wà níbí correct me because I'm just going through this as a well, I used to do forensic psychiatry back home. So on that basis, Mofin Soleil. Now, another way to fine tune it, ICE has now started working with law enforcement. ICE by themselves won't law arrest you. Ṣùgbọ́n tí law enforcement bá mú yàn, wọ́n ti link computer wọn together. As soon as the law enforcement arrests somebody, somebody check pé alien ni, the information goes straight to ICE. And this is something that did not exist before, especially ìgbà tí ICE máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí èjì rẹ̀ ayé àtijọ́ bí Alhaja Yusuf ti sọ. Ngbà yẹn wọ́n link pẹ̀lú law enforcement, but now they are linked. So irú yẹn ó ti fine tune ability of ICE to get access to àwọn tó fẹ́ deport. And another.
But doctor ẹ má bínú sá wọ́n jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń sìn ni wọ́n jọ ń káàkiri ni.
Right.
Wọ́n máa ń pè ara wọn pẹ̀lú ra wọn nísìn. Àwọn tá à ń sọ wípé wọ́n lọ ń kanlẹ̀kùn mọ́ lórí yẹn tí barrister Sam ò mọ̀ nípa. Wọ́n jọ ń rìn ni wọ́n jọ ń kanlẹ̀kùn yẹn ni.
That's correct. Tẹ̀bádé rántí pé earlier in the 70s, 80s, wọn kì í ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀. It's only recently. And the fact pé wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀ yẹn ló tún help láti fine tune this deportation process. And one other thing, so to go back to my own part of the presentation, ni pé wọ́n mandate ICE to maintain a certain number of beds. Tí àwọn beds bá dẹ̀ were available, they encourage them to fill them with illegal aliens. So, whereas tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kí regulation to encourage wọn láti ní number of beds, there are many times tí wọn ò ní lọ mú àwọn èèyàn torí pé kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀dì tó máa fi wọ́n sí. But now the beds are available. They continuously increase the number of beds as far based on the number of arrests, maybe last month. wọ́n lè increase it so that there will always be beds available and they're encouraged to fill these beds. And lastly, number 4, ṣé mo sọ pé 4 reasons ni? Lastly, number 4, there's now a limited judicial protection for the legal aliens as far as deportations is to are concerned with. But somebody múyàn sí iléyá ni. You can't tell them, let me get to my lawyer, let me do this, let me do that, especially if you didn't do it when you had the time to do, if you didn't contact your lawyer before. Okay, ibi tí mo fẹ́ sọ yẹn dé nìyẹn. Now, let's go to the major thing I really wanted to talk about this evening. Ìyẹn ni anxiety and mental health problems tí ó wà associated pẹ̀lú deportation. The stress, anxiety to man generate based on the fact pé èjì rẹ̀ ń bọ̀ wá mú yàn. It's a very, very difficult thing to live with. Ṣé wọ́n ń bọ̀, ṣé wọ́n ò ní wá, ṣé àwọn tó ń kọlẹ̀kùn ń ta, ṣé àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó fẹ́ wá kí mi tó hàn pé ni, or ṣé ice ló ń kọlẹ̀kùn ń ta kí mo kí má ṣílẹ̀kùn fún wọn. All those things are anxiety provoking. And tí anxiety bá pọ̀ to a point, it could lead to serious psychological problems. So, you can have numbing and detachment from the reality to your one. In some cases, you find yourself not able to remember things you ordinarily would remember. And that's because, of course, the stress and pressure of these happenings to you. Kamaso, intense fear and this terrible feeling of helplessness in your mind, and all this may eventually lead to depression, may also lead to more serious problems, especially for our Tony proclivity towards developing this illness. It's a very stressful thing for àwọn èèyàn yìí, àwọn èèyàn wa, actually. So, and in addition to àwọn ilé tí mo sọ tó lè apply to each single individual, tún sọ nípa effect eléyìí máa ní lórí family wọn. These people may be breadwinners. Àwọn tó máa gbé lọ́lẹ̀ mò ń sọ, and àwọn ọmọdé wà ń bí tó jẹ́ American citizens who will not be taken away. So that stress on children is very, very devastating, and it could be very traumatic for those children. Feelings of abandonment. Baba ti lọ àmọ́ bí tó lọ. Children who are not able to process the facts, ni pé ice ló gbé bàbá wọn, àti implication of ice, who cannot understand it because of their age. Feelings of abandonment could be what will eventually happen to these people. So what can we do to help? What can we do to help, or what can these people do to help themselves? Let's put it that way. Open communication. Communicate with a lawyer. Koto Dikpe, if you're an illegal alien, make sure you are in constant touch with a lawyer so that your lawyer can help you navigate through this very treacherous path.
Process, yeah.
The law changes all the time. Be one of the learned men, Tisolenko, and you may not be aware of it, but if you are in touch with your lawyer, and the lawyer may be able to help you more, let us become educated and become more aware about things going on in the country, things going on with immigration, things going on with deportation. And if push comes to shove, and all these things are just too much, go into therapy, either family therapy, either individual therapy. Make sure you have somebody you can talk to who can help you navigate all these things in your mind. Also, one should encourage individuals in this situation to be aware of self-care, their own the care of themselves. You have to be extra careful this time. Uh, um, Learn to establish health boundaries with I want to while around there. Make sure you do what you can to make you're in a very difficult situation already. Make sure you find ways which is unique to yourself to help you lower those anxiety and those problems. Yeah, that's about all. Mo kàn dẹ̀ lè sọ briefly nípa as a result of being dumped back. Ṣẹ̀ǹpẹ́lẹ̀ kì í ṣe jápadà. Japa ni coming in as we know. Voluntarily going back ni jápadà. Hopefully you have enough to live on. But if you get caught and there's no recourse for you and you just have to go back home, the long-term effect could be very, very terrible. You might have gone back to Nigeria or to Zaire with only $50 or $40 in your pocket. And your nice house to one Philadelphia or New Baltimore or New Connecticut, the house will eventually be taken over by the bank unless there's somebody else who can help you pay the mortgage. But if not so, you are going to lose quite a whole lot. Unfortunately, as we know, the real estate is a major part of a person's financial resource. So if you lose that and you have only $50 to your name and you're back to Lagos, you will be in a very bad shape. So we have to be very, very careful about that. And once you get back home, social isolation, ìtìjú tí ò ní jẹ́ kí èèyàn interact púpọ̀, ìyẹn náà tún wà ń bẹ̀. You find yourself penniless, you find yourself with nothing, no, you can't go around or you will not want to go around to immediately socialize with your friends. And so all those things are very terrible things to look at. And most important thing is look out for yourself. Look out. Do whatever it is you can do to either before you get deported by getting in touch with your lawyers, or after you're deported, make sure there are things you can do back home to relieve this highly anxious situation that you may find yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, doctor, I believe in this process, maybe one also need to have somebody who is very trustworthy that can be designated as someone that you can reach out to, before and during or after you are there. So that, èèyàn láti wá irú èèyàn yẹn téèyàn máa lè fọkàn tán, ṣó ti yé yín? Either amongst friends or
your
family
church,
members or
your
your
church, your
attorneys
mosque.
or even in church or mosque or synagogue, wherever, Yeah, that's very important. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni sir.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ àrí ní tí ò dáa.
Ah,
Ẹ ṣeun.
answer but what there is telling us is how to be ready for it. Shemo, be Girl Scout, Shemanso, be prepared. So, àwọn ẹni tó kàn ló mọ̀ kọ́lọ̀ má jẹ́ kí nǹkan burúkú kó kàn wá.
Àmín, àmín, àmín.
Téèyàn bá find ara ẹ̀ ní situation yẹn,
ǹjẹ́ a mọ̀
kí ni
bóyá
ká
wọ́n
ṣe?
tẹ̀ ti gbé nàìjà kankan ǹjẹ́ a mọ̀
Ẹ́
ǹjẹ́ a mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n ti gbé nàìjà kankan.
How come 3,600 Nigerians were on the list?
Wọn àti ìgbójúlé
Bóyá wọ́n
Nàìjíríà.
ti gbé wọn or not, and tó bá ti gbé wọn, how many of them not ti gbé? We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
Àbá ti gbọ́.
Lè sọ pé àbá ti gbọ́ o.
Àwọn èèyàn wà lórí òkè tó ń gbàwẹ̀ tó ń báyìí wọn.
Bàbá Bankole ẹ ṣé o, at this point ṣé ká pé bàámètò ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ṣe pépèpé torí àwọn baristas yìí ẹ má bínú sí mi ò sọ fún wọn how many hours ni a máa dúró but mo mọ̀ pé bóyá bíi 3 hours is the max. Ẹjọ́ even à ń gbáradì fún Super Bowl àti other things náà. Bàbá Ìbàdàn gan ti ń fẹsẹ̀ palẹ̀ ní ọ́fíìsì yìí gbà ó lẹ fẹ́ ṣe tán. So
okay.
Yeah, Bàámètò.
In
the words of Mama Yusuf, ẹ̀ ń ṣónlẹ̀.
Okay, ẹ ṣé gan. Bí àwọn bàbá oníṣọ́nà.
Mo kí n pé ẹ kú ìdílé o màmá, so point mi ó wà a little bit much but the first thing ni pé tó jẹ́ main question mi ò ní pé ń sìn ò bóyá ẹnìkan ó gbé ẹnìkan wá láti ilé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìyàwó irú ìyẹn lọ nípa irú oní divorce àbí no divorce nǹkan kan pé ó wá rí pé ìwà tó ń wù yìí kò tẹ́ ń lọ́rùn kò dẹ̀ rí ilé lọ ní ọlá pé òkè kó fi lè gba ìwé bọ̀ tó bá gbàwé yẹn tán ṣe rò pé èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ó lè ṣe okùnfà pé kí ẹni tó jọmọ onílùú tó gbé wá yẹn kan deport or not. That's the main question mi. Then the other one ni pé tí àìsí bá mú yàn síta tán fún yàn ní àyè àti sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ni mo ní báyìí ni mo jẹ́ kí lẹ́yìn lè fi defend ààrẹ. Those are the two major questions.
Ice cream.
Baristas. Ó dà pé wọ́n béèrè question.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo béèrè question ni mo kọ́ èmi náà kọ́ tẹ̀ short ni o torí gbogbo gba Andrew checkout wọn yẹn I don't want to go back to it bàbá yẹn ti sọ
Yes, sir.
early 70s.
Yes, Lawyer Sam àti Baristas ṣe gbọ́ nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ.
Kansas Chiefs and Philadelphia.
Well, mo gbọ́ díẹ̀. There is the question about bóyá kan explain question yẹn dáadáa. Pé ẹnìkan mú yàn wá láti Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ báyìí. Ẹni tó jẹ́ ọmọ onílùú tó jẹ́ citizen whether nationalized citizen. Ó fáìlì láti fẹ́yàwó láti ilé. Ó gbé wá. Ó dẹ̀ wà lórí process kí kan approve it or not. So issue wa jẹ́ nípa pé bóyá ẹni tó gbéyàn wá láti ilé yẹn ó lójú nílé tó bá lọ lé ó lẹ́nu tó ń dé bá ń lé ṣẹ́mọ̀ bíi pé so kí ẹni tó wà níbi tó wà conscious pé onítọ̀ yẹn ní èèyàn lé kó máa fẹ́ fi yẹn ṣe activity ṣerú ó lè fa kí ẹni tó ní ìwé tó ń bá ṣèwé yẹn pé kán gbé lọ lé tọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bá tẹ ìwé. So clear,
Sorry,
yes, sir.
That question is still not clear, sir. Well, let me start by saying pé tí ẹnìkan bá fẹ́yàwó ní Nàìjíríà tó dẹ̀ file fún ẹnìyẹn tó gbé wọlé ẹnìyẹn ti gba green card tó bá ti wọlé ti gba green card.
Kò tí ì rè gbà wà in process.
No, tó bá file fún because I'm following your question, sir. Tó bá file fún. When you file for somebody, you file petition for alien relative. When they go to the embassy, they get what is called immigrant visa. Upon arrival in the United States, they apply for their green card and they get it automatically. So ó ti gba green card. So ta ni wọ́n fẹ́ dá padà ṣé ẹni tó gba green card yẹn àbí US citizen lẹ sọ pé bá wọn lè dá padà.
Ẹni tó gba green card yẹn kó wá nítorí pé ẹni tó gbé ń wọlé yẹn ti ní èèyàn kan nílé. Ṣẹ́ǹgẹ́ mi bágámì ni kò ń ṣe bí o bọ̀tì nílé ni onítọ̀ yẹn wà ṣé ó lè wá ti ọ̀nà pé kán gba ìwé ọmọ onílùú ẹni tó gbé wọlé yẹn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ àbí pé kán gbé lọ́lé.
Well, sorry, madam. Senior lawyer Bankole ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan process àti gba citizenship lọ́wọ́ yàn kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré o. It's a very long process. Péyàn commit pé o report ẹnìkan pé ó níyàwó méjì àbí ó ṣe kíni ẹ̀yàn ò lè gba citizenship lọ́wọ́ yàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o.
Mo ìbéèrè tí mo fẹ́ béèrè.
Exactly, sir. In fact, Lawyer Sam, nǹkan tó lè tẹ́niyẹn lè ṣe ni pé kó lọ file fún divorce based on bigamy. That is the immediate remedy tó wà available sẹ́niyẹn. Kò ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ immigration. Has nothing to do with immigration.
Ẹni tó lọ report yàn gan pẹ́ ni ẹni bigamy gan òun gan ó lè
One leg in and out ló wà.
ó lè affect his status títí ẹ̀ gan.
Exactly.
Ẹni tó jẹ́ US citizen gan is more is like òun lè touch ẹ̀ easily as wọ́n máa ṣe touch òun. So then regarding the second leg of the question is about the rights that you have. I think so. Òun náà là ń sọ látàárọ̀. If you have not been deported, if you are arrested, you are entitled to removal proceedings to establish whether you can stay or not.
So, no, I get that aspect. Nǹkan question mi lórí ti IC ni pé, assuming now I'm going outside, though àwọn èèyàn recommend na kí n ṣe copy gbogbo which I have láti defend ara mi nínú car mi, but ká ní mò ń lọ náà wá mú mi, would there be a chance for me to say, oh, this is who I am? Bóyá mo fún ọ ní orúkọ mi àbí mo fún ọ ní social security number mi àbí nǹkan kan àbí wọ́n máa kankan déédéé gbé mi lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Àná wọn ò gbéyàn lọ sà.
Okay, thank you.
Wọ́n gbéyàn lọ sà.
Okay, ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ n sáré béèrè ìbéèrè, mo mọ̀ pé ọjọ́ ti ń lọ. Ẹni tó ní somebody who has a criminal record for one thing or the other. So is he or she eligible to become a citizen after,
Okay, now there is, sorry, let me come in. There is something they call crime of moral turpitude. Àwọn crime tó jẹ́ pé tí Yorùbá wá sọ pé ó burú jáì. Àwọn crime kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó jẹ́ pé ó lè bá èèyàn from becoming a US citizen. But there are, especially tó bá jẹ́ within the last 5 years téèyàn fi ń apply for citizenship yẹn. After 5 years, wọ́n máa ń fojú mi wò after 5 years. Mo ti ní client tó jẹ́ ọmọ Jamaica tó lọ sẹ́wọ̀n torí pé wọ́n ló bá ọmọ ẹ̀ sùn. Ó lọ sẹ́wọ̀n for 2 years. Wọ́n gba green card there. Later, wọ́n padà fún. But we got citizenship for him because ó ti claim for more than 7 years. So possible.
Tí ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ míì mọ́.
Yeah, for another 5 years. Possible kan fún ẹnìyẹn. So that is kọ́dùmọ̀lẹ̀ sọ. Gbà mí discretion máa ń wà ń bẹ̀ o. Discretion officer matter o. So that is what I can say about that.
Ìyẹn ló fi ń sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàdúrà fún àánú. Àtọ́jú rere, favour and mercy.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ ṣeun.
Torí ẹni tó bá analyse àbí tó bá review application yẹn, èèyàn máa ń wà their mercy most times.
Okay.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká pe mọ́mì wa, mọ́mì Adénìkẹ́ Alájà. Ẹ kú ìjókòó, ẹ kú ìkàlẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn o.
Ṣàlè rójú yín, àrójú yín o.
Àrójú yín lénìí o. Mo rí mọ́mì Àbíkẹ́ pàápàá wọn ṣíjú wọn. Okay, ẹ béèrè question yín mà.
Comments kan tí mi kọ́ fẹ́ ní àṣe kẹrójú yìí kò rójú o.
It is well, ẹ béèrè question yín directly.
Comment kan tí mo kọ́ fẹ́ ní nípa tí yèyé sọ earlier nípa ọ̀rẹ́ wọn kan tó ń béèyàn kan gbélé for 11 years. Wọ́n wá gbé ẹni yẹn náà find out pé kò níwèé. Nígbà míì a máa wà ní ẹ̀yìn odi. Àwọn ọgbọ́n àti ìwà míì tá à ń kọ́ only God knows ó lè kó báyàn ó dẹ̀ lè help èèyàn so pẹ̀lú ìjọba tó wà ń sìn lamẹ́ríkà gbogbo ṣáàjì àjọ máa gbélé a need láti fẹ́ra wa a need láti ṣe kinní kan ó yẹ ká advice àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ àbí family wa tó bá wà ní situation yẹn wípé ẹ̀rà eléyìí ongoing ọ̀rọ̀ jájọgbélé tí ò bá ti sí wípé ẹ fẹ́ fẹ́ra yín think about it ó better kó kú wà under a roof on your own ju kí o máa bá èèyàn kan gbélé tẹ́ ò dẹ̀ mọ
tó mọ nú ẹ̀.
tó mọ who he is or she is torí bákan méjì náà ni so that's my comment and advice wípé ká máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa having said that I'm specifically láti mọ̀ kí àwọn aṣòfin amòfin amòye kan bá wa àdírẹ́sì specific concern nípa current administration kan sọ wípé àtẹ̀ntì di citizen o àtẹ̀ntì ò di citizen o náà máa tún ìwé yẹ̀ wò ṣóyẹ yín sìn wípé ọ̀nà tán fi gba ìwé ọ̀dọ́mọ onílùú ọ̀dọ́mọ onílùú ìkànnì yẹn ìkejì ni pé dual citizenship fún wa ṣé láti ìsìn lọ even though pé èèyàn máa lo passport méjèèjì ṣé ó kú bẹ́tà wípé ní Naija mo mọ̀ wípé wọ́n ní visa on arrival ṣé tá a bá lo passport méjèèjì kó má lọ di bí oní ti Ivorian torí èèyàn lè wà nílé kófin change wípé nǹkan báyìí ni Nigerian government ní at loggerhead pẹ̀lú America o so tó bá ti di next week lòfin báyìí máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ kó láàrẹ̀ má lọ há ní hàkúhà so yẹn ṣé ká máa gba visa sórí American passport láti bí àbí ká máa gba visa on arrival sórí American passport nígbà tá a bá dẹ́kun àbá Àbújá ẹ ṣé.
ẹ ṣé mà so àwọn baristas wa màá fẹ́ kí wọ́n dá wa lóhùn barrister Bákàrè ṣe lè bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ sí àbí barrister Bánkọ́lé ṣe gbọ́ question yẹn ẹ wà muted méjèèjì.
gbọ́ question yẹn dáadáa mi ò mọ̀ bóyá barrister Bánkọ́lé gbọ́ dáadáa.
Basically wọ́n try láti sọ wípé in view of the Donald J. Trump's executive order tó ń sọ wípé even àwọn tó ní citizen tó ń jẹ́ citizen lamẹ́ríkà pé wọ́n máa review bí wọ́n ṣe jẹ́ citizen kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe mọ̀ pé wọ́n fi threat yẹn síta so wọ́n ní kẹ́ advice wa based on that and then wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ti àwọn oní-dual citizenship ipe ṣé ẹ lè advice wa ṣé ó better kéèyàn kúkú lọ gba visa sórí American passport ẹ̀ ní kó tó jáde nílùú àbí kó dúró kó dé Nàìjíríà kó wá gba visa on arrival so that èèyàn lè wà ń bẹ̀ kófin kan lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ibi téèyàn ti ń jẹ̀gbádùn ní gbọ̀ngàn àbí níjẹ̀bú ni.
gbọ̀ngàn ni ti àròkọ.
gbọ̀ngàn ni òkè so omi téèyàn ti ń jẹ̀kọ kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbọ̀ngàn pẹ̀láka tí bàbá díje tì.
wáyọ̀ ni o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán ṣe wá change nǹkan pé kí wá ni ká wá ṣe kí ni báwo ni ká ṣe ṣe visa on arrival ni àbí visa on your US passport. ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣé so my own my kọ́kọ́ take the second question first and which is the fact that I honestly don't believe in the statement about the so-called Ivorian whose blue passport was turned at the port of entry. I don't believe that thing actually happened. But, I still believe if wọ́n ṣì ń follow the law as to the fact that if you have your American passport, you can come in and without them seizing your passport for whatever. Like Barrister Bankole has said earlier on, the blue passport is given its due respect, irrespective of the color of the person behind it. And it is not easy. And I will now go to the first question to say that it is not easy for a citizenship's blue passport to be taken unless certain processes are taken. For instance, if you got it through fraudulent means, we had people that were naturalized, maybe as at the time of their application for the citizenship, they were convicted felons of years, or they have served terms, and they did not disclose this.
Sure.
Then for such people, you can be your citizenship can be taken away from you. Or if you were involved in sham marriage, before you became a citizen and circumstances disclose that your marriage was sham, then that may be under fraudulent kini, wọ́n lè gba blue passport ẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. But if you took your citizenship by legal means, for instance, if you won a visa lottery or you got married to a citizen and that marriage was in good faith, I don't think your blue passport will be taken away from you. Now, with regards to whether it is good to apply for visa, for instance, if you are in Nigeria, sometimes it may be faster to apply for a visa than for you to say you want to use Nigerian passport. If, for instance, your Nigerian passport has expired, and you apply for it, and and you did not get it in good time, it may well be, and you have already bought your ticket, then it may be better to get visa. It has happened to me about a few years ago when I was traveling to Nigeria with my kids. And one of my children, after more than 1 year after the application for Nigerian passport already, so I had to, together with another one, tí ò ever gba passport rí, so I had to travel to New York to apply for to get emergency traveling
document. Yes.
So in circumstances like that, èèyàn lè apply fún, èèyàn lè gba visa or kó apply for emergency document. Although if you apply for, say, emergency document, sometimes at the port of entry in Nigeria, they may use it to exploit you, to say, sometimes they even, like the one that happened to me, they were even asking for money, to say
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe fáwa náà, ọmọ mi ọkùnrin. Wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
pé kẹ́ tún fún wọn ní ẹ̀gúnjẹ, so well, apart from situations like Nigerian passport is still respected in Nigeria, and American passport in US if you are coming in, because when you are going out, America does not even care where you are going. They are not going to ask for your for your blue passport as long as you identify yourself. Most of the time when you are traveling out, you have to identify yourself with the Nigerian passport, because that is what the airlines want to see, to enable them to determine whether you have the right to enter Nigeria as a matter of right, or whether you had visa, in which case if you have a US passport. This is what I have. I don't know whether other colleagues here want to add to it.
Okay. Mr. Bankole, anything to add to this, so that I'll see the last person?
Nothing. All I gave Bagre has touched on everything.
Yes. Okay. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Yeah. Bàbá wa Prince Kalejaye, ẹ káàbọ̀ sà, ẹ kú sùúrù, ẹ kú jókòó, ẹ kú kalẹ̀. So ẹ béèrè question yín sà.
Question mi kò ní jìnnà púpọ̀. Ṣé mo fẹ́ kí àwọn sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ learned personnel tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ lápá àwọn bàbá wa. Bàbá Adébóyè pẹ̀lú àwọn àgbékalẹ̀ wọn. most importantly, Dr. B. Oyefole. But mo feel wípé àwọn nǹkan kan tí mo ní ìrètí pé a lè sọ̀rọ̀ sí àgbà lè sọ̀rọ̀ dé. Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní kí láǹfààní orógbó tí a pa tí ò láwẹ́ tí a jẹ lẹ́nu tó tún korò. A ní ká fi gé ẹ̀ dáná. Ṣàngó ní ọmọ ìyá òun ni. Ó ṣe bí òwe tí Ọọ̀ni fi orin ẹ̀ kọ́. Ìyẹn ni mo fẹ́ fi ṣe àkàwé ọ̀rọ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. My experience, I have a lot of cognitive dissonance with my stay here. Mo dẹ̀ rò pé bóyá ìjókòó wa yìí lè address issue tó bá irú nǹkan tí àwọn bàbá Adébóyè sọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ara wọn. Each time tí bá ní mò ń lọ sílé àbí tí bóyá mo fẹ́ lọ visit, I feel much better. Tí bá dẹ̀ délé, I feel very relaxed. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà náà tí bá dẹ̀ délé, tí bá sọ̀rọ̀ bí ilé ṣe dùn mọ́ mi tó, àwọn èèyàn máa ń sọ pé abáwo ló ṣe dùn mọ́ yín tó, ẹ ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ ilé báyìí, ẹ ti ẹ̀ fẹ́ àwọn ọmọ yín dẹ̀ wà lọ́hùn, ìyàwó yín wà lọ́hùn. But nǹkan tí mò ń nurse lábẹ́ mi, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú wọn ò mọ̀. After retirement, I suppose in 2010, ó yẹ kí n settle lé, kí n jókòó, kí n má ní wọn. But bó ṣe wà láké, mo ṣe ní dissonance ní bíi pé mo fẹ́ lọ sílé kí n lọ relax. I have peace of mind there. But environment ilé ò tún dá. So that's why I crave so much for Yoruba nation. I thought pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ Trump tó ń ṣe yìí, bóyá ìjókòó wa yìí ó lè address more lórí nǹkan tí a lè máa gbé ṣe tó máa help àwa tí a ní intention desperately pé ilé la fẹ́ settle sí. Yàtọ̀ sí pé ká máa túbọ̀ máa sọ nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ó máa encourage pé ibi báyìí tí Trump bá nǹkan tí máa ṣe tí máa túbọ̀ máa dúró. When I have a lot of what I say cognitive dissonance, because I address a lot of that nígbà tí mo wà ní customer service. So nǹkan tó bá máa fún customer mi peace of mind, that is to reduce the dissonance we have. But now èmi gan ni mo rí mọ̀ pé mò ń go through it. And fún èèyàn tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó practice ethics, ó difficult láti navigate. Maybe this forum can help or help me better.
Ẹ ṣeun sir.
Màmá Yèyé Lófin, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ fún mi ní ààbọ̀ ìṣẹ́jú kí n fi sọ nǹkan kan tó ṣe pàtàkì sí ìbéèrè wọn. Ó náà ni pé tẹ́ bá rán mi mọ̀ bóyá ẹ wà ń bí níjẹjọ. Ohun tá a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ níjẹjọ ni pé ṣé ilé tó lọ, ṣé ilé ṣe é lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So gbogbo irú àwọn nǹkan pé tó bá kásá olè dẹwọ tó bá di kàráǹgídá, ṣé ilé bàbá ọmọ ń ba ọmọ lẹ́rù ni, àti kí ni àwọn nǹkan tá a lè ṣe. Mo rò pé Dr. Oyefule náà sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. So abala yẹn màá ní ká sọ di ti ọjọ́ míì tàbí kí n sẹ́ndì YouTube ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá kí n sẹ́ndì ẹ̀ sí yín. Ó fún wa ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ insight lórí téèyàn tó bá di òjijì, ṣé àní lọ́ọ́lé ni what do we want to do.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìbéèrè kejì wọn lè dáhùn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni màmá Yusuf kan tiẹ̀ tó dáhùn ẹ̀. Mo rántí pé a sọ̀rọ̀ gan lórí questions méjì yẹn tá a tún débi pé kí ni ibi tá fẹ́ sùn sí àbí ọmọ ìlú bo náà ń pè wá, gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn Dr. Oyefule àti bàbá Bánkọ́lé gbogbo wọn lọ extensively. In fact, the debate was very fierce. Yeah. So ẹ bá wa send the video yẹn sí wọn.
Màá send ẹ̀ sí wọn, màá send ẹ̀ sí ọmọọba Kalẹ̀jayé. Okay, ṣé o ṣe àti second question wọn náà àbí?
mo ti gbàgbé kí ni second question wọn yẹn náà
ẹ má bínú.
because ó dà pé nǹkan kan ni wọ́n béèrè ju pé àti
mo
pé.
kàn ní ṣé bóyá bí ìjókòó ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ àdírẹ́sì question mi yẹn náà ni.
Ipe most especially bó ṣe concern ipe bá ṣe lè gba Yorùbá nation wa tó ṣe lè yá rather than making ourselves too comfortable nílùú onílùú which is what Baba rightly said actually pé nípa pé nǹkan tó ń fún wọn ní concern láti sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ gba citizenship because ó wà very emotional and touchy fún wọn pé a subject ìlú mi mo nílùú mi nílé mi ìdẹ̀wá lè kù fìrí lọ jókòó kí n ṣe nǹkan tó wù mí bẹ́ẹ̀ nítorí àwọn tá a gbé ìjọba lé lọ́wọ́ torí ẹ má gbàgbé pé power wa ni wọ́n ń lò a mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé àdìbò fún tán gbéra wọn síbẹ̀ ó wà ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n nevertheless wọ́n ti wà ń bẹ̀ but báwo náà ṣe ń lo agbára yẹn kí la ṣe lè gba agbára yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọn láti lè jẹ́ kó jẹ́ pé ilé wa gbọ́dọ̀ a lè jókòó sílé wa a lè choose láti live anywhere tó bá wù wá ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo wa tá a wà nílùú òyìnbó tá a sì nílé ní Nàìjíríà tó bá ní ká lọ even àwa tá a níwèé bíi pé èèyàn ń rìn lórí ẹ̀gún ni pé hey I'm waiting for something to happen nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tí ò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó yẹ kọ́kàn yan balẹ̀ téèyàn bá wà lé ẹ̀ ni I guess nǹkan question yẹn lẹ̀ ń béèrè sà yes sà bóyá dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ ni màá ní kó dá wa lóhùn yẹn àbáwọn bàbá tó bá lè sọ̀rọ̀ sí ẹ ṣeun.
a ti sọ̀rọ̀ extensively lórí ẹ̀ last week mo rò pé kódà idea ni pé ká make video yẹn available because like you said it was a very.
ṣé gbogbo wa.
gbogbo ẹni tó bá fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni another way tún ni pé tẹ́ ẹ bá lọ sórí YouTube Yorùbá Gbòde tẹ́ ẹ fi déètì sí gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ ló máa gbé jáde bọ̀ ẹni tí ò bá rí ṣe ẹ pè mí màá fi ránṣẹ́ màá forward ẹ̀ sí i.
bóyá èèyàn á fún mi ní àǹfààní láti béèrè fún àwọn àtúnṣe kan tí olóòtú lè bá wa ṣe. Torí tá bá ti sound dex YouTube gbàgbé Yorùbá Gbòde sí subject matter tí a discuss lé lórí bí àwọn other platform tó kàn máa gbé tàbí ó lè jẹ́ pé àwòrán yín several àwòrán olóòtú ló máa gbé síta ó dẹ̀ máa kàn sọ pé Yorùbá Gbòde ọ̀sìyàn láti go through ẹ̀ tó lè mọ̀ pé subject matter báyìí ni àti àtọ̀ ní ọ̀sẹ̀ báyìí and ẹ̀dẹ̀mọ̀ èrè pọ̀
máa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn engineer kí a ó lè ní specific topic and date. Ẹ ṣeun.
So I look forward to
last week. I will do it.
So,
Dr. Oyefule, I want to ask a quick question before we go to our people that I will still have Aba Logbomosho and we have Alaja Abike. Quick question, Dr. Oyefule, about what is going on. How much do we tell the children, especially parents who are illegal and they have this problem, but they have children who are citizens? How much are we supposed to tell the children? Or how do we handle it? Do we look for a specialist to help us talk to the children? Or should we come open with our children? As not only whether the parents are illegal aliens, even when they are not illegal aliens, what is going on? And our children know that we are foreigners, we're aliens. How much do we tell them about what we are going through and the problem and our anxiety. Thank you, sir.
Okay, a gbọ́dọ̀ careful nǹkan tá a máa sọ fún àwọn ọmọ. Of course, we must let the children know, but age wọn ló máa determine how much a sọ fún wọn. Ọmọ tó wà ní college nsìn, well, 21, 22, 23. One can talk to them nípa situation àti how we are resolving it. Àti gbogbo nǹkan tí lawyer ní pé a lè explain everything fún lọ sí ọmọdé yẹn náà, but we'll let them know in a way láti lè fi calm wọn down. But everything is in good hands, and hopefully things are in good hands because the lawyer is handling it. Àwọn ọmọ tó wà younger, I'm going to be very careful because I think we could do more damage. Taba overflowed one with too much information. Àwọn ọmọ tó wà even younger, 7, 8, 9, yeah, I will advise us to seek professional help. Láti mọ irú nǹkan tá a lè sọ fún wọn. Because as we all know, the road to hell is full of good intentions. We as parents may want to tell our children certain things. Tó bá délẹ̀ tán, it's going to cause the children more problem than we anticipated.
Thank you,
Bẹ́ẹ̀
sir.
ni doctor, ẹ ṣe age
Thank you.
appropriate disclosures la need. So layers of irú nǹkan tá a lè sọ fún ọmọ ọdún mẹ́jọ ó yàtọ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè sọ fún ọmọ ọdún mẹ́rin àbí ọmọ tó ti jẹ́ pé ó ti wà ní age of majority 16 and up. So and social worker ni àwọn professionals tí èèyàn lè seek help wọn àbí psychologists. Ẹ ṣeun. So bàbá Bánkọ́lé, ó dà pé mo rọ́wọ́ yín lókè, ẹ tún ní question ni sà.
Ẹ rọ́wọ́ mi, ẹ dẹ̀ rí inú mi.
Orí mi rí inú yín bàbá mi o.
Ṣé jẹmọ lẹwà?
Jẹmọ lẹwà o.
Èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀yin ló kàn.
Bí mo bá ṣe gbá àbá ṣe inú yín èyí ṣe gbá.
Ẹ̀yin ni ré kàn o.
Ẹ ṣé gan-an, Madam Tinu, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Kódà iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe ìgbà míì tálájà bá fẹ́ lọ leave, a ní kán máa lọ pé Madam Tinu wà lẹ́yìn.
Alájà ṣe
Ìyàwó péré
pàtàkì
bá
o.
pẹ́ lára ọṣẹ àdọṣẹ ìyàwó Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
So Dr. Oyefúlẹ̀, ẹ ṣeun gan pẹ̀lú ìdáhùn sí ìbéèrè yẹn. Mo wá fẹ́ fi kún un. Àfikún ni mo fẹ́ ṣe ni wípé táwọn ọmọ bá kéré jù, kéèyàn ṣọ́ra tó máa sọ fọ́mọ tó tán bá délé ìwé tán bá ń bi wọ́n nípa pé òbí rẹ báwo ni òbí rẹ á kàn sọ lé wọn lọ́wọ́ ni my parent is undocumented, my parent has problem with visa. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹni tí ò láìkè èèyàn náà lọ sọ ẹ́ lé lọ́wọ́ ṣe ò pé wàhálà ni. So mo kí ọ̀rọ̀ yín lẹ́yìn, ẹ ṣeun gan. Then nípa pé ṣé ilé tó lọ ṣé ilé ò tó lọ, ó depend lórí oníkálukú o. Ó depend lórí bí oníkálukú wa bá ṣe múra sílẹ̀ sí. Ṣùgbọ́n tí mo fẹ́ ká mọ̀ ni pé generally ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwa tá a ti wà ní pé bíi 60, 70 or more tá a wà stock ń bí. One factor tí ò jẹ́ kọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa lè sọ pé à ń kúfìrí lọ jókòó sílé oní medical issues. Ń bò bá lọ sílé tó yẹ pé ibi bóyá ẹ̀ẹ̀kan lóṣù lèèyàn lọ rí doctor àbí ló ń lọ ṣe blood test àbí ló ń lọ ṣe ìgbà tó ń ṣàwo. I mean mo mọ̀ pé health system ní US mo mọ̀ pé òun ó tiẹ̀ lè jẹ́ irú ọ̀dọ̀ wa ń bì tó yẹ pé ọ̀fẹ́ ní everything téèyàn lọ ṣe tó ti take for granted. Bó ló ṣe fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo wọ̀nyẹn nílé, ṣé èèyàn máa wá síbi lóṣooṣù ní àbí lóṣù mẹ́ta? Ara problem tẹ́lómi ń rò nìwọ̀nyẹn. O fẹ́ ṣe MRI wọ́n ní o mú bíi 200,000 wá. Ó dọ̀la o fẹ́ ṣe kíní kan wọ́n ní 500,000. Owó náà bá tiẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀ sí ṣáà pé ó ń lọlẹ̀ ni. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ jókòó tì gan-an ẹni tó ń fa lówó nu wọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn múwá náà ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa ṣe lójoojúmọ́. So ìyẹn mo ṣe sọ pé ó depend lórí oníkálukú. Bí kálukú bá ṣe láyè sí ló ṣe lè lọlé. Ẹni tí ò bá ní any medical issue at all, yes ó lè lọlé kó dẹ̀ lọ máa gbádùn. but tí a bá ní maintenance issue pẹ̀lú health issues ṣé mọ̀ àwọn oògùn tó tún máa rà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ó lè má jẹ́ original drugs ni wọ́n máa ríra ẹ pé counterfeit àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń ṣe ní abá ẹ máa tà fún yàn oríṣiríṣi báwọn ò ní problem so ó depend lórí individual then mo fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà wa nípa ọ̀rọ̀ dual citizenship tí a bá fẹ́ travel torí mo rí i pé àwọn míì tán bá travel lọ sí ìlú wọn wọ́n bá ní problem ìlú tán ti wá yẹn bóyá UK bóyá Canada bóyá US wọ́n máa ń lọ gbèjà wọn bẹ̀ tí wọ́n á ní òkè kan máa bọ̀ ṣé tí a bá mú mo mọ̀ pé tí a bá mú passport kan lọ irú yẹn ó wà entitled sí irú nǹkan báwọn bẹ̀ tí a bá fi passport Nàìjíríà wọlé ṣé ó entitled sí irú ìgbèjà yẹn even though ó ní passport méjèèjì lọ́wọ́ bẹ̀ Nigerian passport ló fi wọ Nàìjíríà ṣé ó lè claim pé ọmọ US ló ń pé kí wọ́n á gba òun sílẹ̀ ìbéèrè mi nìyẹn then àlàyé or remark mo kàn fẹ́ make kí n tó gbé kínní sílẹ̀ ni pé gẹ́gẹ́ báwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń sọ election has consequences so bá a ṣe wà lórí ètò yìí ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ mo mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ń gbà tí ìbò yẹn máa dìbò yẹn àwọn míì wà tó pé torí pé Kamala jẹ́ dúdú wọn tiẹ̀ fẹ́ kó jẹ́ pé bóyá torí envy o bóyá torí ìlara o ẹlòmíì tó jẹ́ dúdú ò fẹ́ kí dúdú débẹ̀ obìnrin mi ò fẹ́ kóbìnrin débẹ̀ then àwọn èèyàn wa gan tó jẹ́ Naija mo mọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn tó ń sọ wípé Kamala gan ṣe dúdú pé ó kàn fẹ́ sọ fi dúdú jẹ wá kó wa lómi ọbẹ̀ jẹ ni pé àwọn ò ní dìbò fún àdèmọ àwọn tó ń lọ sórí òkè dìbò ní Nàìjíríà tó ń lọ bind tó ń lọ bàwẹ̀ pé Donald Trump ní kọ́lọ́ ṣáà fi ṣe president so ṣé gbogbo wa lójú wa ti wá rí láti rí ibi tí nǹkan lọ báyìí kì í dẹ̀ ṣe pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni yóò sọ fún wa ìgbà tó ń bọ̀ ó sọ tóun máa ṣe fún everybody kò parọ́ fún anybody tó yẹ kó parọ́ ni a máa sọ pé o ò sọ fún wa ò sọ fún wa gbogbo wa ló sọ fún o láwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ní US tó yẹ pé dònídọ̀la ti Trump náà ń ṣe torí pé àwọn ti níwèé mo ní ńlọ tó ń sọ fún mi pé àwọn tó ń lé lọ yẹn kán máa lé wọn lọ káwọn náà lọ gbabi tó yóò tó tọ́ wà torí pé òun ti níwèé káwọn lọ gbabi tó tọ́ wá ṣe rúrú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ so tá a bá máa dìbò next time ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ bí tá a máa fìbò wa sí election has consequences ẹ ṣe pọ̀ ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa thank you.
bàbá ó tiẹ̀ tún kọ́ wa sà wípé ká lè tún lé wa pàápàá ṣe. torí pé ọdún mélòó la fẹ́ lò lẹ́yìn odi nígbà tí ẹ wo bàbá ẹ wo orú yín bàbá Bankole even bàbá Adébóyè even àwọn Dr. Yefule ṣe mọ̀ even èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀
ọmọdé ni Dr. Yefule ọmọdé ni Dr. Yefule.
àwọn ò lè jẹ́ ọmọdé lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tèmi ò èmi lọ́mọdé wọn o so ṣe mọ̀ ibi téèyàn bá wà tó jẹ́ pé kinní kó má lè kù fìrì lọ lú ẹ̀ àbí gòkè mi tẹ̀ fẹ́ jókòó síbí mọ́ òun lẹ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn pé health issues ṣé ó yẹ ká máa ronú bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ká tó lọ jókòó sílé wa ni ṣó yẹ ká máa ronú pé tí mo bá délé ẹnu 15 tán máa ní kí n máa bọ́ ṣó yẹ ká máa ronú ẹ̀ ni because tó bá jẹ́ pé system yẹn wà bó ṣe yẹ kó wà táwọn ọmọ ń lọ léèwé bó ṣe yẹ kán lọ tán ṣeṣẹ́ tán kàwé tán gboyè tán lọ sìnjọba bọ́n ṣe ní kán wá sìnjọba lẹ́yìn yẹn tán ríṣẹ́ gidi ni ṣé kìí ṣe pé àwọn ganan tún máa fẹ́ tán ìṣẹ́ kúrò lára tiwa táwọn náà máa dẹ̀ bọ́ sáyè tiwọn láti máa ṣe ohun tó yẹ kán ṣe tẹ̀mọ̀ ìwọ̀nba ní pension money tẹ́ gbé wálé lẹ máa fi lè sọ pé òkè mo kàn fẹ́ dá sí nǹkan tó ń ṣe ni o ó yá gba pọ́n nǹkan yìí o gba pọ́n méjì yìí o kí n fi ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ rárá kàkà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa wọ́wọ́ yín 100% ni ìjọba títí wa gan-an láti bá wọn wí adẹ̀ láti bá ṣe ń ṣe election has consequences nílùú òyìnbó bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ ní consequences níbi tá a ti wá nítorí ó ṣe pàtàkì mi mọ̀ bóyá Kenya ni mi ìrántí bóyá Ethiopia ni olórí ìjọba wọn ní last week tó sọ̀rọ̀ ó ń sọ wípé nígbà tẹ́ ń pariwo Donald Trump ó fẹ́ gba aid ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín ó fẹ́ gba kinní kan ṣebí ilé wọn ní ìlú ẹ̀ ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kí ló dé tẹ̀yin nílé yín nílùú yín tó lórí ìjọba tí yín náà ò lè ṣe ohun tó yẹ kán ṣe. Àwa là ń gbà wọ́n láyè, àwa là ń jẹ́ kán jí nǹkan wa, àwa là ń jẹ́ kán wá sínú ìlú wa láti kó èrè oko tí ò yẹ kán kó bí ò ṣe yẹ kán ṣe é. Àwa wá ń kó ti létà but àwa ń ta ọmọ sínú oko ẹrú because economic slavery ni gbogbo wa ń ṣe báyìí. So ó yẹ kó ní kálukú ká bẹ́ràn wí ká bẹ́ràn wí kó tó ṣe bí òwe.
Ó tún mi pa.
Yes sir. Mọ́mí Àbíkẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé máa ọ ẹ kú àsìkò yìí, ẹ ṣé tẹ́ fún mi láyè láti béèrè ìbéèrè mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kí n tó béèrè ìbéèrè mi mà lórí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ tán nísìn, kí wá ní ẹjọ́ wa, kí ni ẹ̀bi wa? Torí kì í ṣe pé bóyá a fẹ́ túlù wa ṣe àdẹ̀ lágbára. Àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ bá fẹ́, wọ́n ní bá dìbò àwọn ti wọlé, àwọn ló kàn. So ṣá wá lẹ́bi ni ìyẹn number one màsà. Ìbéèrè mi gangan ni pé nípa immigration sàmà pé ọkọ mi mú mi wádìí ní sí for example mo ti wá gbàwé mo ti dòmìnira mo ti di citizen mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní yọ wọ́kọ́wọ́ ó wá fẹ́ lọ fẹ́yàwó kan láti Nàìjíríà mo wá ń kú fìrì pé ṣé tí máa wá fẹjọ́ rẹ̀ sùn àwọn tó fún níwèé pé ó ti fẹ́ commit adultery pé wọ́n bá mi gbàwé ọwọ́ rẹ̀ pé mo ṣe jóbìnrin ṣé mi láṣẹ ni.
Mọ́mí Àbíkẹ́, mo believe pé wọ́n ti dáhùn question yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Mọ́mí Àbíkẹ́, ẹ ti mute ara yín o, ẹ ò mute o, tẹ́ bá ṣì ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ó dà pé wọ́n ti béèrè question yẹn tán.
Wọ́n ti dáhùn àwọn màmá wa kan tí wọ́n tètè máa ń complain tán bá rí ọkọ wọn tí ó yẹ yín ẹnu ẹ continue.
Ọ̀túnba mo fi pé Mọ́mí Àbíkẹ́
tán bá rí bọ́kọ wọn lọ sí Caribbean Island wọn lọ complain.
Àbí Puerto Rico.
mo fi pé wọ́n ti dáhùn question yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan. The truth is a ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ẹni àyè ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ I mean like you have standing, right? You have a leg to stand on. You are married to that person. Any right láti sọ pé ọkọ mi fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan báyìí o. Bóyá ẹ fẹ́ lọ sọ fún immigration but it's not really an immigration matter. It is really a state issue. Private matter ní state at the state level. Ipe ẹ fẹ́ lọ fẹjọ́ wọn sùn pé wọ́n ti ṣe nǹkan báyìí ń bí yìí o nǹkan kan o. So bigamy nìyẹn and you can divorce him too tó bá jẹ́ nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn. Àbí Baristas ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ kí mi lẹ́yìn o. Ẹ wà muted.
Kí ló ṣe
ẹ túra yín lẹ̀.
Mo sọ pé ti sọ́tọ̀, you're absolutely right.
Okay. A ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí a ti ṣe episode méjì tí mo lè dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Yèyé Lófin Tinú Akínṣọlá for that lórí ìgbéyàwó àti kọ̀kọ̀kọ̀kọ̀ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe dáadáa nígbà yẹn. Àwọn nǹkan tá a bá ti ṣe ti pẹ́ tẹ́ bá tún fẹ́ ká mú wá sáyé àmú wá sáyé kó lè bá ṣe àǹfààní. Ẹ jẹ́ àwọ̀ ojú ọjọ́ aago méje ló fẹ́ lù.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ Sísí Ṣọlá ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ fún àwọn ìyàwó wa àwọn màmá wa àwọn àǹtí wa kọ́ yé kanra. A ti gbọ́ o gbogbo wa ní ìṣòro oògùn ẹja tó sọ lódò sẹ́ẹ̀mọye tó tó ẹ dákun ẹ tí ó jẹ.
Ẹ jẹ́ sọ fáwọn ọkùnrin wa kán yé lọ Caribbean Island.
Yé lọ Caribbean Island.
Ibi àfihàn sí ni yóò ṣomi sí.
Ibi àfẹlẹ́mọ̀ ìṣọ̀ṣọ́ ní sọ́.
Ìwọ ni everyday Caribbean Island.
Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn èèyàn. Aago méje mọ̀ ti lù. Èyí tó túmọ̀ sí pé a ti lo nǹkan tó kọjá tó fẹ́ẹ̀ súnmọ́ wákàtí 4. Mi ò wá mọ ibi tí n ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọpẹ́ mi. Alàgbà Solomon Bankole, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ wípé ẹ wá ẹ farabalẹ̀ ẹ fún wa lọ́gbọ́n ẹ fún wa nímọ̀. Irú yín ni èmi máa rí tí mo fi máa kọrin pé inú mi dùn pé mo jẹ́ Yorùbá. Ọgbọ́n yín ò ní dópin láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Oòduà á gbè yín. Ìmọ̀ yín ti àwọn ọmọ á tún ju ti yín lọ láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Ìmọ̀ yín náà ò sì ní jọba. Mo dúpẹ́ gan-an. Ẹ mọ̀ rí ṣe ẹjọ́ tó bá ti páàsì wọn mọ̀ gbé wá sọ́dọ̀ yín. Immigration tọwọ́ Trump ò ní tẹ̀ ni wọ́n mọ̀ fi lọ̀ yín láṣẹ Olúwa. Ẹ máa rí ṣe. Mo sì mọ̀ pé àsìkò rírí ṣe nìyí ẹ rí ṣe dáadáa láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Adúpẹ́ pẹ́ òkun. Ẹ ṣeun. A tún pè yín o torí ní orí Yorùbá Gbòde ọbẹ̀ tí ó bá dùn àwa máa jẹ adáwọn táwa máa bùlá ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Ẹ ṣeun. Bákan náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Mo ń wá ojú yín níbi tẹ́ ẹ wà. Alàgbà Abíọ́dún Bákárè, ojúlówó ọmọ Yorùbá àmúyangàn láàrin àwọn akọniwájú adájọ́. Inú mi dùn, ara mi yá gágá pé ajàǹfààní yín lónìí. Ìmọ̀ tí a jẹ lọ́dọ̀ yín kódà n ó mú relé, n ó fi lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́, n ó sì pín káàkiri gbogbo àwọn èèyàn. Ojú òní yín tì ẹ̀ ní tẹ́, ẹ̀ ní ṣòwò fún ọmọ ẹlòmíì jẹ ní láṣẹ Olúwa. Amòfin Sam, mo dúpẹ́ gan-an. Ẹ fọmọ yọ o, ẹ wú mi lórí. Ẹ jẹ́ kí bí ìbá ṣe pé mo ti dàgbà ní nítorí tiyín kódà mo fẹ́ lè sọ pé n ó lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí n máa kàwé amòfin. Èmi ò rò pé wọ́n gbà mí mọ́ o.
Wọ́n sì lè gbà yín. Ọ̀fẹ́ lẹ máa kà á pàápàá.
Ọ̀fẹ́ jẹ́ akéèta nǹkan ìtànà.
Need the student loan.
Over 60.
Èmi ló padà lọ school o.
Bàbá. Ojoojúmọ́ là ń kọ́gbọ́n látọ̀dọ̀ ti yín. Honorary la máa fún yín ní gbogbo ẹ̀ pàápàá.
Àti mo fẹ́ di dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ pípé.
Bàbá fẹ́ lọ refill.
We thank God.
Alájà
ti. Ó dà pé alájà ti wà frozen o.
Ó dà pé ilẹ̀ máa continue ìyá mi òkè ìyá mi ìsàlẹ̀ tó máa ń sọ.
No, àwọn náà wá sọ, àwọn ló máa ń dùn lẹ́nu wọn. Àbí Ọ̀túnba dẹ̀ ló ní hosting right pàápàá.
Gbogbo ẹni tó bá yìí fẹ́ lọ kálọ̀ 29 years ago I was 49 nígbà kan tí mo lọ study law. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní 60 70 tẹ́ wá yìí fẹ́ kà yìí wà ń bẹ̀ 3 years 4 years ni. So Olúwa fàlùbáríkà sí.
Ọ̀túnba.
Yes sir.
Mo gbọ́ pé yunifásitì kan wà ní Caribbean tó ti ń ṣe law ní 1 year. Ṣé ẹ lè mú wa lọ́bẹ̀?
Ẹ bá ti dé dì.
Ó ṣe wá jẹ́ Caribbean lẹ point out.
Ọmọ àti gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ yìí ṣe bí lọ́ọ̀yà àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà mẹ́ta ni mo ní bí. So máa get in touch pẹ̀lú lọ́ọ̀yà Bánkọ́lé ẹ gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ mi.
Bánkọ́lé ò ní fi Bánkọ́lé lẹ́jọ́.
Fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ law at 60 so.
Ẹ ṣe Sisi Tinú, God bless you.
Yes sir, yes sir. Ẹ ṣe Ọ̀túnba, adúpẹ́, ẹ kú ìfarabalẹ̀. Mọ́mí Adéníkẹ́ wọ́n kọ sórí chat pé wọ́n ń kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin àwọn amòfin àti àwọn olóòtú, wọ́n dẹ̀ ń kí gbogbo wa. Wọ́n ní pé àwọn dúpẹ́ gidi gan lọ́dọ̀ wa pé àwọn ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti New Orleans, Louisiana. So àwọn ń lọ witness Super Bowl. Ẹ bá wa pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn ká máa gbọ́ Maryland, ká máa gbọ́ New York, ká máa gbọ́ London pàápàá.
Ẹ ṣeun o. Mo ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn amòye nígbà táwọn Fúlàní tún pa mí lẹ́nu mọ́. Àwa nǹkan ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ wọn. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá Adébóyè Adéníran, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àtàtà onílọ̀kọ̀ ọmọ àrélù. Oníṣẹ́ kú ọmọ àjọba ló lélẹ̀ amúdàgéńgí fi bí àná ẹ̀ lórí. Ẹ ṣeun bàbá, a máa rí yín bá àní bálẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹ yá ẹ rà ẹ ní kú láéláé láṣẹ Olúwa. Bákan náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi pàtàkì dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ the aṣíwájú ọ̀fàgémowó Ọ̀túnba Alábáyan níjẹ̀bú gbókẹ́pẹ́ o dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ pípé nǹkan kan ò ní í ṣe yín láṣẹ Olúwa a máa rí yín bá a máa rí ọgbọ́n yín lò ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àtàtà ọmọ oníkòkò ìmọ̀ ọmọ òjòyè kẹ́rù ẹlòmíì láti jẹ ẹ dàgbà ẹ gbò ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé ni bákan náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́ mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín a máa rí yín bá ìyẹ̀rú ọ̀kìn ọlọ́fà mọ́jọ ọlọ́fà kò láàrin ké dọ́gba ọ̀kan ojú kan lọ́fà ẹ ṣeun àdúpẹ́ ẹ̀yin tó kì í yín ọ̀bá sí nínú ákáìvù Yorùbá Gbòde èmi ọmọ bí wọn ti máa kì í yín o ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹ̀wò Ìbàdàn tí n bá forí kí Ìbàdàn kí wọ́n ta ló fẹ́ mú mi sí.
ẹ lórí kí mi nà wẹ́dẹ̀ ti sọ díẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ìyẹ̀rú ọ̀kìn ọmọ láfàmọ́jọ ọmọ lẹ́yìn omi ọmọ àbíṣujú kọ ìjà kan ọmọ ilé fọkùtù fọ kẹ́ńkẹ́ ọmọ àsáré pè níjọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ òṣùwọ̀n ọmọ àjà ó sílè bàbá ọ̀pẹ ọmọ olówó ń yọ bẹ̀rẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọmọ àjà ó tó ti lówó kọ́wọ́ sílè ó tó dé.
Orí yín pé ṣe é ti rí lọ́ọ̀yà ni wọ́n o bí wọ́n ṣe jẹ́ lọ́ọ̀yà tó ìyẹn ò ní kí wọ́n mọ̀ móríkì wọn ẹni tí ó bá móríkì rẹ̀ òun lọ́mọ o.
Gbogbo àwọn tẹ́ kì í hàn sí inú Google ẹ lọ Google Àwórì.
tó tọ́jà ní Àwórì wá.
Àwórì wólẹ̀.
Ẹ lọ Google ẹ̀.
Ọ̀túnba HOO Àwórì wólẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀tọ́ bàbá forí kí Èkó kì í ta ló pọ̀.
Kí ti gbé o.
Ẹ ṣeun o mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ tuntun láàmú wa gbogbo wa pátá àtẹ̀yìn tí ẹ wá rí àtẹ̀yìn tí ẹ ti máa wá gbogbo ń tẹ́ ẹ bá ti fẹ́ lẹ́nu wa ó máa sọ ẹ mú ìmọ̀ràn wá lórí Yorùbá Gbòde mo sì tún ń pariwo mo tún ń gbégbá bára gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ẹ má gbàgbé pé ó kéré ni ò jẹun fún ọ là ń pè láhùn ẹ náwó sí Yorùbá Gbòde a gba ẹnjìníà lónìí a pè gbá pàwo owó ní kẹ̀kẹ́ ìrere o iná ò ní tán olókun yín ẹ fọmọ yín ránṣẹ́ sílé ẹ̀kọ́ àpọ́nlé ò sí fọba tí ò lólórí gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ fún ẹni tó bá jẹ́ Yorùbá tá à ń jókòó ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wákàtí ṣùgbọ́n tọ́mọ wa ò lè sọ Yorùbá kò dáa ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ tí ẹlẹ́mìí ò bá gbà á ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kébi ó pa ni ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ kárìn lókun ẹni mọ̀ ẹni tó fúnni lọ́mọ kò fẹ́ kí á jàjẹrun bí iṣu mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o Ẹ̀gbìnọlá Adékúnbí àtúnwá ẹ̀dùn ló kọ́ mi láṣà mo jèrè àṣà ìrènímọ̀gùn ará alágbẹ̀dẹ ọmọ awórin túnrin rọ ibi tó o bá wà.
ilẹ̀ rẹ̀ o.
ìṣeun ó di kọ̀.
ó di kọ̀.
bí èèbó fẹnu ọkọ̀ sọlẹ̀ àwa aláborí Fúlàní ẹja máa bá bọ̀ ní Yorùbá Nation. ire o.
olóòtú ẹjọ́ kẹ́ tó lọ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ kọ́ Ọ̀túnba ní oríkì yẹn so that tó bá host next time kán lè ká tó tẹ̀ bá sí around.
bàbá ẹ̀yin náà láti kọ́.
mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ Ọ̀túnba o mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ Ọ̀túnba àwọn wọ́n ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún mi láti gbé èèyàn wọlé àwọn lè ṣe iṣẹ́ ribiribi mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ bí wọ́n ò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mọ́ ṣe àjọ ní Yorùbá Gbòde ni ẹ ṣé o Ọ̀túnba àmàrí nípa o bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lọ sí Puerto Rico ẹ bá mú èbó onírun àgùntàn bá.
ẹni ó kíyín lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn àbí bò náà ń sọ ẹni ó fẹ́ yín lójú nìyẹn o.
àwọn ọmọ fata sẹ́nu.
Ọ̀túnba ṣe rí nǹkan.
wọ́n ti gba pásítọ̀tì
Puerto Rico. ṣé ẹ rí aṣàjẹmọ̀tì ẹni Ọ̀túnba wọ́n dúró dáadáa tí wọ́n bá ṣe nǹkan àwọn òtún lóṣooṣì pé mo ṣe mo tó bẹ́ẹ̀ kí wá ní.
èmi ìdẹ̀mọ́ nǹkan tí máa sábẹ́ tó máa fún yàn ní nǹkan mẹ́ta tó bá fún yàn ní nǹkan mẹ́ta tàbá fún yàn bí kan pọ́lẹ̀ yín máa lọ ibi mẹ́ta lè máa lọ bí àwọn àgbààgbà mi àwọn ọkùnrin àgbààgbà mi mo bá wí ibi ìkọ́ṣẹ́ náà dúró sí wọn fèmí ibi mẹ́ta mú ya lọ bẹ̀.
Alájà Dominican Republic ni o, kò ń ṣe Puerto Rico.
Kì í ṣe Puerto Rico, Dominican ni.
Dominicano.
Dominican Republic.
DR ni DR.
Ibẹ̀ náà ti mú tequila.
Wow. Ìrọ̀lẹ́ pamọ́ wọn o, kíní ni wọ́n wá o. Gbogbo bí Puerto Rico tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn wọn lọ bẹ o.
Ìpè New York nìkan lẹ́yìn rò pọ̀ wá. Wọ́n wá New York wọ́n lọ bòmíì náà.
Ẹ make sure pé mú passport yín dání o.
Ibẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀ wọn ti ń shake.
Immigration wà bí.
Ẹsẹ̀ wọn ń shake.
Alájà fi kẹ́
ẹsẹ̀ ọ̀tún àbẹ̀sẹ̀ òsì.
Wọ́n létí ni kọ́ mọ́
Ọ̀túnba wọ́n ní ẹsẹ̀ yín ń shake. Ọ̀tún ní tàbẹ́sẹ̀ òsì.
Ọ̀túnba kíìdé.
Mo rán wọn létí ni torí mo fẹ́ràn wọn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ torí lọ́ọ̀yà ni wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ bọ́ ha.
Lọ́ọ̀yà Tinú
mi ò láìkí ẹ̀wọ̀ mi ò láìkí ń tẹ̀sẹ̀ fún
Lọ́ọ̀yà Tinú ẹ̀gbọ́n ṣé ẹ̀ ń tẹ̀kì ní ìtì.
Àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké yẹn bá gbé yín sókè. Èmi yà fẹ́ bọ́.
Ṣé ẹ test the high blood pressure yìí tẹ́ bá wà mẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá?
Kẹ́mi ló mọ máyélé fún wa ní UK.
Wọ́n ń jẹ atare àti àbèrè wọn nídìí láti ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa jẹ.
Àwọn ọmọ ẹlẹ́jẹ̀ tútù, àwọn ọmọ ẹlẹ́jẹ̀ tútù.
Ládínọ́ọ̀kì ló máa dì pẹ̀lú gbogbo ẹ o.
Ẹ ṣeun Alájà Bíkẹ́.
Ẹ ṣe ó dàárọ̀ gbogbo lé o.
Ó dàárọ̀ gbogbo lé o.
Ire o. Ire tẹ̀lé.
Ire kàkà o.
Alájà bá kí bádí náà kó.
Àwọn òtá sí mọ́ ó ti ń jẹ́ wa lẹ́gbẹ́ o.
Kí ló dé? Ó ń sọ yẹn kó fi wín ní.
Ó dáa o.
Tó bá ti wín ìtàn ó máa fà yín mọ́ra. Ẹ dìbò fún o.
Ìjọba oníbẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti fa àwọn òfin yẹn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sábà yìí ṣe é.
Ẹ tún ní kọ́ dìbò.